everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 30th, 2025. We do have a full agenda this morning. As we start, we ask that you do silence any mobile or cellular devices. In just a moment, I'm going to call on Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, who will be introducing her guests who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After the pledge, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing National 4-H Week and Community Planning Month, and he'll also introduce a presentation of the American Planning Association Florida Award of Excellence. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Today we have the honor for the invocation to have Pastor Victor Manuel Rosario, aka Pastor Vic, lead pastor at CDA Church in Orlando. CDA Church was opened in 1996. Pastor Victor was ordained to be the lead senior pastor in 2023. He was born on the beautiful island of Puerto Rico and moved to New York with his parents when he was still a kid. When he was 14 years old, he received a calling from God to be a pastor. He had the opportunity to be the youth pastor in New York at the church he was attending with his parents since he was a kid. During his journey, he was invited to preach at CDA Orlando and then was offered to relocate to be the youth pastor. He prayed to God for direction and he moved with his wife, Lisa Rosario, and oldest daughter, Bitzeli, to Orlando, Florida. It was 1997 when he accepted to be the youth pastor at CDA. After moving to Orlando, his family continues to grow. That's when they had Victor Jr. and Viana. Currently, Pastor Victor and Lisa have 31 years of marriage and have 2 grandkids, Joy, which is 2 years old, and Jay, 1 month old. In addition to being a youth pastor, he was working a full-time job as an RN at Advent Health in the HERCAT recovery unit and resigned his job to become a full-time pastor. He completed his bachelor's degree in Christian counseling and his master's degree in art of ministry. Pastor Rosario was ordained in August 2023 as the lead senior pastor at CDA. He and his family has dedicated to God and the ministry. His heart is filled with love and compassion for the people. He has developed different ministries in CDA that serve the community. He continues working on building up the community around the church by providing services and being a resource for those in need. Pastor Victor also has a passion for the arts, such as drawing. He gets very creative, especially in Christmas when he writes and puts together the Christmas play. He also loved music, which he plays the drums. But one of his dreams came true when he wrote a children's novel titled Cornerstone, The Rose River Journey. The title to this novel is related to his last name. Rosario, in English, means Rose River. Pastor Victor stated he will always be available to help others to unlock their potential. Thank you, Pastor Victor and wife Lisa Rosario, for being here today.
Good morning and God bless everybody. The reason I brought my wife up here is because we are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And so I wanted to do my prayer in Spanish, and my wife is going to be translating to English. Thank you for this opportunity, and we just thank every one of you for all the service that you do. We all contribute together, and we do great things for this community. Let us pray. Padre, venimos ante ti en este momento.
Father, we come to you in this moment.
Somos más que bendecidos.
And we're more than blessed.
Hoy tú nos has dado vida.
Today you have given us life.
La vida es para propósitos.
And life is for purpose.
En este día te dedicamos todas nuestras vidas.
Today we dedicate all our lives.
Este comisionado está aquí para servir a esta comunidad.
This commission is here to serve this community.
Oramos por cada uno de ellos.
And we pray for each and every one of them.
Dale sabiduría.
Give them wisdom.
Dale todas las herramientas
Give them all the tools.
para que ellos puedan servir a este pueblo.
So that they can serve this community.
Gracias por todo, Señor.
Thank you for everything, Lord.
Tú conoces todas nuestras necesidades.
You know all our needs.
Tú conoces todos nuestros sueños.
You know all our dreams.
Haz todo lo posible
Do all that is possible
para nosotros poder llegar
for us to be able to get to
a todos los propósitos de nuestras vidas.
all the purposes for our lives.
Doy la bendición
I give the blessing
en el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo.
in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amén.
Amen.
God bless you all.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buenos días, ¿cómo está? Qué bueno verle, gracias. Muchas gracias por las bendiciones.
All right, thank you very much, Pastor Rosario, Mayor and Commissioners. As the Mayor mentioned, there are two proclamations for today. And the first proclamation is for National 4-H Week. National 4-H Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas this year's National 4-H Week theme, Beyond Ready, reminds us that 4-H is building a ready generation in a world of change and equips young people with skills for the future while meeting them where they are today. And whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization supporting 6 million youth across the country, and whereas 4-H programs are delivered by the Cooperative Extension System, a community of more than 100 public land-grant colleges and universities across the nation that provides experiences for young people to learn by doing. And whereas 4-H connects young people and adults to their communities, preparing them for work and life through experiential and inquiry-based learning while providing emerging research for positive youth development. And whereas expanding from its strong agricultural roots, 4-H helps young people explore the world around them and grow into productive adults. And whereas supporting future leaders in science, agriculture, community leadership is a top priority for the U.S. Department of Agriculture's National Institute of Food and Agriculture 4-H program. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim October 5 through 11, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all our residents to recognize 4-H for the significant impact it has made and continues to make by empowering youth with the skills they need to lead for a lifetime. Done and ordered this 30th day of September 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Kevin Cam, Orange County's County Extension Director. Mr. Cam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Demings, Commissioners. I'd like to invite our 4-H Extension agent, Melinda Sowers, to share brief remarks on Orange County 4-H.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, Comptroller, and Deputy County Administrator Weiss. On behalf of Orange County 4-H, thank you for recognizing National 4-H Week with this proclamation. We are truly honored. I would like to acknowledge some members of our Orange County 4-H Leadership Officer team who are here with us, along with dedicated parents and volunteers. Their commitment is what makes 4-H thrive in our community. Orange County 4-H is part of the nation's largest youth development organization, and here at home, we're proud to serve 20 active clubs with more than 350 members, 165 school garden club participants annually, 8,000 school enrichment students, 150 day campers over the summer, and these youth are guided by over 150 volunteers each year, who mentor and inspire our youth. 4-H members don't just learn, they lead. They contribute thousands of service hours, engage in projects, and strengthen our community, and proudly represent Orange County at state and national events, earning top honors in leadership, public speaking, livestock, and STEM. Our goal is for our youth to be beyond ready for adulthood, whether that be college, career, or civic engagement. With a century of history in Orange County 4-H, we continue to grow and adapt, giving young people the skills, confidence, and compassion to be tomorrow's leaders. Thank you again for this recognition of National 4-H Week. Orange County 4-H is proud to celebrate this moment with you today.
Ella está aquí. Está aquí.
He said she is it.
She is it.
No, she's here.
He was able to fly in a helicopter. When can we fly in?
We've been on helicopter.
Yo no.
No?
All right, thank you, Mr. Cam, and our wonderful young people in 4-H. Appreciate that. Our second and final proclamation is for Community Planning Month. Community Planning Month, and the proclamation reads, whereas change is constant and affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, rural areas, and other places, and community planning helps manage this change by providing better choices and more equitable outcomes for people who live, work, play, and learn in our communities. And whereas community planning provides meaningful opportunities for all residents to be involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. And whereas the full benefits of planning require public officials and community members who understand, support, and demand excellence in both planning and plan implementation. Whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. And whereas the American Planning Association endorses National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight how planning is essential to creating healthy, vibrant, sustainable, and resilient communities for current and future generations, and how planners provide leadership to achieve equitable outcomes for all. And whereas this celebration provides an opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of appointed planning commissioners and community members who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of Orange County. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by the professional community and planners of Orange County and extend our heartfelt thanks for their continued commitment to public service. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Community Planning Month in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 30th day of September 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation for Community Planning Month is Alberto Vargas. He is the manager of Orange County's Planning Division. Mr. Vargas.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners and colleagues. It is my honor to accept on behalf of the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department. I am honored to receive this proclamation that represents the dedicating planning profession and the dedication that everyone does that is part of this great staff. And I would like to ask those that are serving as planners for this community to please stand for a minute. Thank you. Planning is about more than maps and policies and zoning. It is about people. It shapes where we live, how we move, and the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Our team works to balance growth, to protect the neighborhoods, to preserve the natural and rural lands that make Orange County extremely unique. At a time when communities throughout the United States are struggling and facing housing challenges, planning helps us develop strategies and implement the Housing for All strategies to gain more attainable and affordable housing within the county. Planning also supports transportation choices, sustainability, and resilience, which is critical to continue to focus those issues as we continue to grow in Orange County. This recognition is not just for our department and other departments within Orange County, but for our residents and partners and stakeholders who take part in shaping Orange County's future. Planning is a collaborative effort, and our community is stronger because of the voices and perspective that guide those decisions. Thank you again for this proclamation and for our continued support for the planning efforts in Orange County. We look forward to working together to ensure growth, opportunities, and the quality of life are planned with intentions for today and for future generations to come. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's why we're off center. I didn't realize what was happening. We're missing it. I don't know why we are here.
Let's give Orange County planners another big round of applause. They do a lot of work, great work here for Orange County. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Vargas, and thank you very much, team. I'm going to ask Mr. Vargas to hang around here a little bit. Mr. Vargas is here for a special presentation from the American Planning Association Florida Award of Excellence. One of our programs is highly successful, Ready, Set, Orange. To give us more details, Mr. Vargas is going to come on back up and talk about the award that the department has won.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. I want to take this opportunity to truly share with everyone how proud I am to be part of such a talented and dedicated team, not only within the planning division, but as it relates to this particular program, which is Ready, Set, Orange, which represents a shining example of what we can achieve through collaboration between the divisions and the departments. And those particular highlighted divisions would be the zoning division and the building division and the planning division, which work together to bring new solutions to one of the greatest challenges facing Orange County today. From the creation of the program itself, through the review process, the design of informational brochures and web pages that guide applicants to answer the questions from the very start of their interest in developing new solutions of housing, products in Orange County. This has been an effort that's grounded in innovation and service to our community. I would like to thank the mayor, the Board of County Commissioners for their vision and leadership, and also extend our gratitude to the American Planning Association for the recognition of Ready, Set, Orange with this award of excellence. Thank you very much, President.
Let me also, on behalf of our board and our county, recognize our great planning team. They have received this award. In just a few moments, I'll read what the award says, but this is an opportunity for us to move closer to our Housing for All action plan. Alberto talked about one of the goals was to diversify the housing types that we have in Orange County so that people, regardless of their income level, they would be able to afford a quality place to live. And Orange County is moving the needle in that regard, and we could not do that without a very talented team of planners to assist us in this process. And so they've been recognized now with the award of excellence. Ready, Set, Orange is the award, and so they have received this from the American Planning Association, the Florida Award of Excellence. And with that, I'm going to ask our entire team if they would come forward for this presentation and formal recognition. Join me in the center.
Congratulations. And as you can see, there are some wonderful images here in the chambers, some beautiful images and faces, and that is part of our art in the chambers for this particular period. I'm going to ask Vicki Landon, our Administrator for Arts and Cultural Affairs, to talk more about what you're seeing. Vicki, come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. Happy new fiscal year eve. And it's my honor to be present and to help present what is the 64th exhibition of art in the chambers. This program features prominent local collections of art as well as works by nationally recognized artists who have lived or worked in Central Florida. And this exhibition features the work of Gisela Romero, who is here with us this morning as well. Gisela Romero is a visual artist born in Venezuela who's now living and working in Orlando, and her focus is really on drawing in multiple formats and surfaces. I'd like to read a little bit from her bio here, that Romero has a master's degree in fine arts from Pratt Institute in New York, a bachelor of fine arts degree with honors from the California College of Arts. She's had residencies in Italy, in Spain, in Norway. In town here, she's worked with the Orlando Museum of Art, Art and History Museums of Maine, Osceola Center for the Arts, with Open Scene, and she helped come up with this exhibition titled We, as in We the People, during her time in an open artist studio space on Orange Avenue, just a few blocks from here, where her studio had floor-to-ceiling windows and she saw thousands of faces passing by her studio every day. This is a site-specific installation in that typically with art in the chambers, our artists will go into their inventory and find large pieces they have. Not Gisela. Gisela drew every single one of these pieces designed for the space that they occupy now in this room. And this is a collection of over 50 faces that she saw pass by her window during her stay in her studio in downtown Orlando. She wants to fill the chambers with these faces of those individuals that live and work right here to represent the faces of those that live and work in Orange County. Mayor, your face is up here too, and you've got somewhere between now and the end of January to find it, because the exhibition will be up here through the end of January. But Hisela wants this exhibition to be a reminder of the existence of the diversity of citizens with a diversity of needs, dreams, and expectations. So every piece is for sale, but it has to remain up hanging here through the end of January. And we're grateful to Hisela for her art and for her story and for decorating these walls.
All right. With that, that concludes the ceremonial things that we were doing this morning. With that, we're going to move forward now on our agenda to our public comment period of time. And as we begin the public comment, I'd like to invite members of the public to come forward. I do recognize there are some elected officials that we have here. I saw Commissioner Patty Sheehan from the City of Orlando and Representative Rita Harris. If you want to speak during the public comment period, this would be the time to be able to do that. We also, I see Dr. Jim Moyer from our Soil and Water Board. If you would like to speak as an elected, we will invite you to the podium now. We're going to, how many speakers do we have this morning, by the way?
Aside from the names called, Mayor, we have 24 additional speakers.
Okay, so we're going to give each, we're going to give the electeds, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to try to get out what you have to say, and the others, we're going to give you a minute of time to say what you need to say this morning. So with that, Commissioner Sheehan, would you like to have a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Demings and Board of County Commissioners. I appreciate you having me here today. I would just like to offer my gratitude for this board's support of the Pulse Memorial, the $5 million that you have agreed to, and you're going to codify today at your hearing. Orlando and Orange County can continue to lead the way with love. Anyone who was, I think everyone in this community was certainly affected by the Pulse massacre, whether you're in public service or whether you're just a member of the community. Everyone was impacted by what happened that day. In a world of divisiveness, let's come together to honor the 49 angels that were taken from us. It has been 9 years, y'all. It has been so long. We need to move forward. The one thing I would ask today is if we could please get this approved and get this moving forward, because the families really do want to see some forward momentum. I mean, Orlando has taken this over a little over a year ago. We've gone through a really rigorous community process, but we need to get moving on making this happen because, like I say, these families want to see their loved ones remembered. They have been waiting and waiting and waiting. No fault of this commission or mine. There was a not-for-profit that unfortunately wasted a whole lot of money and did some things that were wrong, all right? Frankly, I'm just going to put it out there. And it's up to us to pick up that mantle and move forward. I especially want to thank Mayor Demings. Mayor Demings, you were there with us that morning and throughout that horrible week. And no one can understand, I don't think, more than you can, being in law enforcement at the time and now your leadership role here. I want to thank you very much for your comments and for your compassion and for being there with us and for leading with love. Thank you very much to the Orange County Commission for your support. And I'm here. I will address any concerns when this does come up, if need be later. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Sheehan, thank you very much. All right, Dr. Moyer.
My name's Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor, serving Northwest Orange, and I live in Echoe. I'm going to deviate from my normal topics here. I want to congratulate Kyle Kent, who's being appointed as the manager today for the Orange County Parks and Recreation. And I want to congratulate Orange County for being the first in Florida to bring the largest Asian American market in the country to our state, the H Mart. I think that's where my wife's going to be living. I would also like to take a moment to thank the mayor for one of his outstanding decisions by selecting Shally Wong as his special assistant. Shally does so much. I'm a veteran, as you can see. I'm a veteran, and I've been around Asian people and Asian American communities for 30 years. I cannot imagine anyone better to serve the Asian American and the veteran community than Shally Wong. She does an outstanding job. So thank you, Shally, for all you do, and God bless all of you in Orange County.
All right, thank you, sir. Representative Harris.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm going to comment on the road designation for Mr. Harris Rosen. I know it is on the agenda, and I'm looking forward to it passing and to honoring somebody who really showed how you could be successful and also pay it forward at the same time. That it's not an either or, it's a yes and. He was incredibly philanthropic and really gave of himself, and it's all over the county. Everywhere you go, you see impacts of Mr. Rosen and the work that he's done. I also want to say that I travel around the country. I especially go to New York. That's where I'm originally from. And when I say that I'm from Florida, and I put the caveat that I'm from Orlando or Orange County, Florida, it really makes a difference. I want you to know that when it comes to the state of Florida, Orange County is really holding it down when it comes to the reputation that we have across this country. And I really want to thank you for that. We are seen as being an inclusive community that really embraces the rich community that we have, the people that come here from all over the world and all over the country to make Orange County their home is definitely one of the reasons why we are such a bright spot in the state of Florida, and I want to thank you for continuing to uphold that and for making everybody feel truly, truly welcome here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now we'll move to the other list. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches from here on out. When I do, please line up along the back wall in the order called. Approach the podium in that order. Please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker, Stephen Montiero, followed by Peter Murray, Jacqueline Schutt, Daryl Koppenhaver, and Marilyn Koppenhaver.
All right, we have somewhat of a celebrity here. Trooper Steve.
Far from it.
Right.
I had prepared a 2-minute comment. I know it just got down to 1 minute, but if I could have the 2, I would greatly appreciate it. I will fly through this as fast as I possibly can.
I'll give you a little bit of deference.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Montiero. Some of you may know me as Trooper Steve, and I stand before you today in full support of Orange County Animal Services. I've had the privilege of working alongside the staff and witnessing firsthand the compassion and dedication and the tireless effort they bring to the animals in their care. These men and women face challenges every day that most of us have never had to see. Yet they show up with hearts bigger than the problems in front of them. It's why, although a small dent between my collaboration with OCAS, we've had 100% adoption or rescue rate with every single animal we have featured. What they do is not easy, but it's necessary. And while the passion and commitment are unmatched, passion alone cannot build the kind of future that these animals and these employees deserve. I know there's been talk about needing more public input or creating more opportunities for discussion, and I'm not here to argue with anyone about that, but I will say this. The community elected you to make decisions. You made those decisions. Plans were made, designs were drawn, and the project was approved. These animals, employees don't want this. They need this. If we wait, more AC units will fail and the facility will continue to decay. Every day of delay is not just time lost, it's comfort and care lost for those who can't speak for themselves. And that's why this facility matters. State of the art is a building that they need. It's a reflection of the value that this county places on both the voiceless animals who depend on us and the employees who fight for them daily. Modernizing the facility means safer spaces, healthy environments, and more opportunities for successful adoptions. It means giving back to the staff the tools that they need to do their job with dignity and efficiency. It means showing the community that Orange County leads with compassion, not compromise. This project is already approved because it represents the best of who we are as a county and forward thinking. I urge you to continue moving forward so that Orange County Animal Services has a facility that matches the caliber of its people, a facility that truly allows compassion to meet action. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Daryl Copenhaver. I'm co-founder and president of the Table Florida, serving our vulnerable community in East Winter Park and the Goldenrod area, and I'm specifically addressing item 23, the historic Goldenrod Fire Station, and ask that the Commission consider that this station was built by the community. It was staffed by the community. It was a life-saving rescue station of volunteers, and now there's a group of volunteers in that same community doing the same service. And we'd like to do it out of the station that the community gave to Orange County. And we'd ask that you reconsider the sale and look at a directed sale or a nominal lease or a directed sale at a nominal price so that we can do what we heard the planning officials do. It is about the people in our community that need to be first. There's very little public service in that area, but our group now of over 70 volunteers, which in our 6.5 years has given over 35,000 volunteer hours, meeting the needs in that community. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. Thank you for your service. I'm Marilyn Copenhaver, co-founder of the Table Florida. The Table Florida is an all-volunteer nonprofit that's been changing lives in East Winter Park, Goldenrod area for over 6 years. We offer a free nutritious dinner every Thursday night to all who will come. People in the community from all walks of life come looking for a place of peace, acceptance, and belonging, from lonely senior citizens to those who are food and housing insecure, to the unhoused, to neighbors looking for a way to give back to their community. All have found a welcoming place to eat together, share together, and help one another as the needs arise. As trusting friendships developed, we learned about the struggles to move forward in life. We're not only helping the unhoused get into stable housing with rental assistance program, we're also helping those who are housing and food insecure to meet the gap between utility bills, rent assistance, whatever the needs are. We give away thousands of pieces of clothing, toiletries, sleeping bags, necessities to those in our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is going to be Val Mobley, followed by Heather Fagan, Brian Budinger, Mary Kukuk, Alan Levy.
Didn't expect to be first. Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, 32804. Mayor Demings, we heard you at the budget meeting that you want to save Cayley Avenue for possible need for housing inmates that ICE collects. So here's a suggestion.
Actually, that's not what I said.
Okay, so, well, that's the way I heard it, was that's why it's getting crowded out there, is because of all this.
Period.
I'm sorry?
Inmates.
Okay, so here's a suggestion. let's find those people that are being housed at our jail who have been arrested because they're homeless, which is a crime in the state of Florida. Let's call them out from the jail and take them over to Cayley Avenue. And then we can, from there, that forward, anybody who gets arrested for that horrible crime can go to Cayley Avenue, and we can remodel around those people. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Heather Fagan, 400 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Good morning, Mayor Demings and commissioners. I am here on behalf of Mayor Dyer and the City of Orlando to thank you for your continued support through the years following the Pulse tragedy, but today for your continued investment of $5 million to support is significant in realizing a permanent memorial for the Pulse victims, families, survivors, and the community. So we are deeply appreciative of your continued support, and thank you for continuing to show compassion and love to those affected by the tragedy.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Brian Bittinger, 8518 Alvaron Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32817. I am here to support the proposition that Orange County provide at a nominal lease the former Goldenrod Fire Station in East Orange County to the Table, Florida, for use as a permanent community hub. I believe that use of this property would permit the Table, in cooperation with other social agencies, to provide support and assistance for vulnerable people in East Orange County. This assistance would help equip these citizens of Orange County to gain regular employment, to achieve food security, and to obtain the stable long-term housing that we would wish for every person in this county. All of this with minimal county expenditure or assistance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Levi, and I live at 535 East Harding Street. That's in Orlando, Florida, about 1 mile from the proposed Cayley Avenue shelter for those experiencing homelessness. Last time I was here, I described how my neighbors used sadistic lies and fear-mongering to shut down the prospects for that facility. I'd like to say that that has not ended. Recently, a neighbor posted on Facebook that she tracked an unhoused person, in her words, a hobo, and threw away their entire shopping cart full of belongings. I have no comment on that, just not right. But housing is a human right. If you're born, you get a roof over your head. If you're a person, you get a roof over your head. That's basic humanity, full stop. Orange County has a shortage of shelters. Let's use our tax money. Let's build out new shelters in Orange County. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Mary Cook, Orlando, Florida, 32807. I'm here on behalf of the Table, Florida. I want to give a little different perspective on this. I only heard about the Table 6 months ago. I've been in Orange County since 1977, and like many of you, past panhandlers on street corners have maybe tried a few times to hand them a granola bar and been rejected, and have learned to avert my eyes to their cries for help. But since being at the Table, I've formed relationships and friendships with my neighbors and learned that each one has a name. Last Sunday, I left my church, Summit Church in Orlando, and walked outside, and there was one homeless lady standing there. She looked at me with sad eyes, and she was wanting a ride to Universal. Normally, I would have walked away. I was surprised. My first response was to smile, to engage her. I gave her a ride. I bought her lunch. Because of the connections I've made through Summit and through the Table, I knew about Orlando Union Rescue Mission. Took her there and then tried to get her into Salvation Army. It changed my heart and perspective, and that's what the Table does. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Mayor, is going to be 7 Charleston. followed by Trini Caroz, Christopher Stadler, Kathleen Fitzgerald, and Gus Martinez.
Good morning, y'all. Seven Charleston. I live in District 6. I'm here to talk about redistricting. I know that's not necessarily on the agenda today, but we only have almost 2 weeks until that vote for the maps. And we heard some things at the end of the last redistricting meeting that we wanted to try to level, because we felt like some of our arguments weren't heard the way that we spoke them. We know, especially the Pine Hills residents that helped with the process, that Pine Hills would not be split up in either of the maps, map 1A or 7B. And we wanted to make sure that, for the most part, that we have some semblance of what District 6 was, because that was a large part of the process to make sure that the integrity of Orange County remains. And I don't have much time to speak on everything I wanted to speak on, but I wanted to say lastly, as a resident that is trying to pull for his community, we don't have the same amount of power to push things like the mayor of Winter Park has been. And we've been trying our best to get a meeting with Mayor Demings. So if possible, please look out for our emails. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Christopher Stalder of 5102 St. Germain Avenue in Belle Isle, Florida. Thank you for being here, leaders of our community, Mayor Demings, Board of Commissioners, and neighbors. I'm here in support of Orlando shelters. I've personally known people that have faced housing insecurity since before they had to face it. And one individual I've known, he's been homeless 25 years. He's been resilient. Now he's facing health challenges. And he called me last week, and he tells me where he's staying. He's staying in the back of somebody's truck. It's not his, but that's what he's using to survive. He's been resilient and navigated through the challenges for years. I've got friends now that are having increases in rent coming at the first of the year, and they're facing housing insecurity, disabled and elderly. It's tough out there, and we're all blessed here, and we need to take care of our community. Please help.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. Thank you for all of those who are newly incorporated to defend those who are defenseless, who have no voices, the homeless, the abandoned, the people who outside this very wall are right now with their bundles because they had nowhere to go. I'm so grateful that they are not in jail, and I wonder why, because the law is that they put the homeless in jails. I'm an immigrant, 63 years in this country, and the whole 63 years, my life has been dedicated to make things better. Nothing is going to change. Immigrants are everyone that is not a Native American, Central American, or South America. So when you're going to vote against immigrants and you're going to give our tax dollars to immigration, think that you're committing something that is vile in the eyes of God. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gus Martinez. I live at 6747 Ullman Court, Orlando, Florida, 32809. And for months, we have poured energy and emotions into addressing the critical issues of redistricting. And I acknowledge all the hard work and resilience of everyone who engaged in that vital process. We successfully navigated through that challenge, and obviously the next step is in your hands. I want to talk about focusing now on the essential services and infrastructure. I looked over the 2025 proposed budget in detail, and I noticed the fiscal responsibility, economic diversification, affordable housing, transportation, community service, and public safety. But I didn't notice anything specific, any funding allocation for the Rio Pinar community, who since 2001 has been having to deal with flooding. There's nothing on flooding abatement, flood remedies, flood central initiatives. There's nothing for storm resilience programs.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker, Mayor, is going to be Erica Gomez Tieda, followed by Terry Falbo, Jen Hall, Burbeth Foster, and Rosina McVicker.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, County Commissioners. Good morning to the public. My name is Erica Gomez Tejeda. I live in District 4. I work with the Hope Community Center out of District 2. And I'm here today in representation not only of Hope Community Center, but also the 60 organizations who make up the Immigrants Are Welcome Here, some of whom are new to civic engagement, others like Hope Community Center who spend a lot of their programs civically engaging voters. Last year, Hope alone engaged 30,000 voters. We're expecting 60,000 next year. And you know all of our other state and local partners who engage hundreds of thousands. For many of us in the coalition and our allies across the state, it's been very difficult to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month when 10,800 immigrants across the state have been detained. The majority of them have no criminal history. The majority are Latina. Thousands of them are on their way to work. A growing number recently lost their status, and most of them have come through Orange County. We are here to ask you that this Hispanic Heritage Month, that you honor the community with action by adding immigration enforcement to your legislative priorities. We don't need millions of dollars for our state, county dollars for immigration. We need them for the homeless, for renters, and from homeowners. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Terry Falbo. I'm with the Council on American Islamic Relations, CARE, Florida. I'm an Orange County resident in District 2, 34761. As you discuss your 2026 state priorities, we're asking you to oppose anti-immigrant legislation, stand for local control, and leave immigration enforcement to the federal government. Central Florida is home to a vibrant and growing Muslim community. CARE Florida estimates over 500,000 Muslims in Florida, approximately 125 to 150,000 in the Central Florida area. About 25% are Black African Americans, Hispanic, or others who may not have names typically associated with Muslims. These individuals are neighbors, colleagues, business owners, health professionals, educators, and students, and they contribute significantly to the cultural, economic, civic life of our region. So I see my time's running out, so just keep all that in mind when you discuss legislative priorities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Hall on behalf of Orlando 5051. My zip code is 32828 and my district is 4. Since February 17th, President's Day, and the first No King's Day, 5051 has been a rallying point for Orange County citizens to speak up and speak out. Every month since then, thousands have gathered to exercise their First Amendment right. And over, we've seen signs and chants with things like no hate, no fear, immigrants are welcome here, and stop using our tax dollars to fund Gestapo. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, I remind you of the words of Thomas Jefferson. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. You cannot celebrate the contributions of Hispanic community members while turning a blind eye to our Hispanic community members that are being hunted and housed right here in Orange County. As you discuss 2026 priorities, I ask you to oppose anti-immigrant legislation, stand for local control, and leave federal enforcement to the federal government. I'll finish with this quote that I believe of each and every one of you. Greatness lies in you, but from now here on in, history has its eyes on you. Be brave, fulfill your duty to your community members. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone in the chambers today. My name is Burbeth Foster. I am an attorney with Community Justice Project. We are community lawyers that work with the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition. In addition to making opposition to anti-immigrant legislation a priority for the legislative session, we are also wanting to remind the commission that there are litigation options for you to pursue. We applaud and we support your recent brave action to join over 20 other local elected governments in challenging SB 180 and to push back against abusive state preemption. We are urging the commission to engage in an equally bold action on behalf of its immigrant community members. Orange County must significantly reduce its cooperation with ICE. Community Justice Project, along with other national legal advocacy partners, are prepared to provide pro bono legal assistance to pursue any and all available opportunities, many of which were addressed by your county attorney in the July 15th meeting. We are happy to speak further with the county attorney at this time about those options, and we just want to close by saying it is both fiscally and morally responsible. CJP and the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition stand with you in opposing anti-immigrant sentiments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Rosina McVicker, 1723 Lockwood Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Diamond, thank you for having me. You have on your agenda this morning the opportunity to move forward with the new Orange County Animal Services facility. I am here to urge you to do that. I'm also here to thank each and every one of you for all the work that your offices have done to get us to this point. It's been 10 years, folks. It's been a long time coming, and we can now see that on the horizon. So again, thank you for all the work you've done, and I would like to send a shout out to the management and staff at Orange County Animal Services, because they have also put in a Herculean amount of work to get this project to this point. So thank you again for your time. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, and Mayor, this will be our last batch of pre-registered speakers. First is going to be Samuel Delgado, followed by Brian Haley, Lonnie White, and Tina Demosthenes. And then checking again for some names called earlier, Peter Murray, Jacqueline Schutt, and Kathleen Fitzgerald.
Good morning. My name is Sam Delgado. I work with Central Florida Jobs with Justice, and I'm at 1510 East Colonial Drive. I'm here this morning 2 weeks ahead of y'all's hearing on the redistricting process for developing the new county commission districts. And, you know, once again, to urge you all to advance map 7B. You know, we consider that one to be the more equitable map that will, you know, maximize the representation of all of the people here in Orange County. In our last time before the board, we raised some concerns about the incorporated cities within the district having an outsized influence over the process, and seeing that as really a bellwether for the concerns that we have of the structure that that district would create, specifically the District 7. So we've sent some emails requesting meetings with you all on the commission and would love to talk more about it further because 2 minutes is not enough time to go over it in detail. Thank you. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Brian Henley. I'm a member of the Orange County Animal Services Advisory Board, and I've come to, again, echo what my colleague said, to move forward with the approval of the facility. It's a long time in the running. It's necessary. I think it'll bring huge changes. The old facility, if you go there, it's just flat out depressing. It's just depressing to visit. And I think it'll make a huge difference. I have a huge amount of confidence in our staff at the under the leadership of Diane Sumners. She does a great job of innovating and coming up with innovative ways of getting adoptions done. And I again want to give them a shout out and thank you all for your help in getting this across the finish line. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Had some handouts. Can I give them to the commissioners? Lonnie White, 2742 Hilltop Loop. That's in Apopka 32712. I didn't know that we only had 1 minute, so I'm just gonna read this. I once stood here with my newborn son to speak in support of Orange Code. You pointed that out to me and made me introduce him. I'm a developer. I own several properties in Orange County, all which are in District 3. I met with Commissioner Uribe several times. She's been extremely supportive and instrumental in getting our projects approved. Today I'm here not to speak about Orange Code, but to bring up an issue which is now reducing our unit counts by up to 50%. An issue which I was never aware of. It was brought to my attention that garbage trucks are not allowed to perform T-turnarounds or reverse even for a short distance. This policy is a significant constraint for new infill developments. I'm not asking to change this policy for me. Rules don't need to be flexible just to accommodate myself and my partners. But I just wanted to bring this up because this is actually going to impact every single new infill development in Orange County. Every proposed infill project will only provide a fraction of the housing it's potentially capable of as a result of this restriction. What I am asking for is an open dialogue to discover a solution. And just to close, just wanted to say that the planning staff of Orange County and you guys, all the commissioners, has worked tirelessly in trying to bring new housing to Orange County. And this is kind of counterproductive to the vision that you guys have sought to bring to our community. Thanks.
All right, John, I'm sure you can have one of your staff members follow up with him on that. More to follow. All right, next speaker.
Good morning. Tina Demostheny, I'm with Palm Property Partners, 4414 Massachusetts Streets, Orlando. This board and its predecessors established a progressive vision for Orange County when you adopted Vision 2050 and Orange Code. We know there's been a little bit of a stumbling block, but we know Vision 2050 and Orange Code are coming back, and we want to be prepared for that. During the adoption process, the county, the planning staff, so many departments, Commissioner Uribe and other commissioners, they heard concerns when they came up and pivoted and were able to come up with solutions that met the concerns that the community brought forward. Thank you for listening. Today, we bring another opportunity to pivot and help bring solid waste department forward with your vision established through Vision 2050. While Vision 20 moved forward progressively, Vision 2050 and Orange Code, the solid waste policies stayed exactly the same. They didn't change anything. Nothing was brought forward. The code does allow the director to approve alternative designs, and we continue. We would like the opportunity to continue those conversations. We've kind of currently hit a block wall, and we'd just like to continue and look for opportunities that can already be considered under the current code, and then if not, while we're on this break, waiting for Vision 2050 and Orange Code to come back, take the time to relook at the code and see where we can improve it to bring it forward with Vision 2050. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tanya Wilson is our department head, if you can just identify yourself for her for any potential follow-up. All right, next speaker, please.
Mayor, I believe that was our last speaker for this morning.
All right. Let me just check. Do we have any other members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time? If not, then we will close the public hearing portion and move now to our consent agenda item. And I'm going to ask the Deputy County Administrator, Mr. John Weiss, to present the consent agenda.
Mayor, thank you, and good morning to you all. In terms of this morning's consent agenda, there are 2 items that staff requests to be pulled. I'll discuss each of those in turn. The first item is item C2 under the County Administrator's agenda. This is the first amendment to the interlocal agreement between Orange County, Florida, and the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District. You'll see the note that makes reference to this item to be considered with the matter that's a subject of public hearing D5 later this afternoon. Again, that's consent agenda C2. The second item is Public Works item H1. This is a memorandum of agreement with DOT and the Turnpike Enterprise. Staff's working to get some additional information from DOT on this project, so we're asking to pull that item and we'll place that back on a future agenda. So with those 2 changes, pulling item C2 again to be considered with the public hearing this afternoon D5 and H1 being pulled, staff present the remainder of the consent agenda for the board's consideration this morning.
Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I had just one it's a minor amendment that I think goes a long way, and it's in reference to the Pulse Memorial that's on the consent agenda. And I apologize because we didn't review all of the city's packet that was layered within the submission and on the consent agenda. And it lists the city of Orlando, and it includes the commissioner mayor's name. It lists Orange County. It includes all of our names and of course you. And I just wanted to make a request, Commissioner Sheehan, if you can help us, that just says on behalf of the people of Orange County as well, because it impacted the community so much. And just to add reference to on behalf of the people.
Okay, I understand where you are on the issue. According to our board rules of procedure, if you're going to pull an item from the consent agenda, you have to do so by 5 p.m. on the Friday before the board meeting. Obviously, you missed that particular deadline. However, in order to take that particular issue up as a pulled item from the consent agenda, it will require the simple majority vote of the board to do that. I do believe that implicit in the consent agenda item, it does, we're all elected officials, and whenever anything is done as customary regarding any placards, et cetera, that are erected whenever there are facilities, et cetera, that receive funding from the county, those placards have some standard language on them. Modifying the language, I can tell you, sometimes ostensibly, simple words can, a simple word or change can sometimes create controversy. It can create division. I know that's not the intent of what you're recommending this morning. Staff, the City of Orlando has already approved the agreement in question. I don't want to create a prolonged delay, as has been noted by several of the people who spoke this morning. The memorial site for the Pulse nightclub tragedy from June the 12th, 2016 is kind of long overdue. Yeah. And I don't know what we accomplished by making the change. We work for the people, and decisions that we make are made on behalf of the citizens of Orange County. Sometimes adding simple words can, again, create controversy, create division. We're not trying to do that in this case. And so I'll listen to the wisdom of the board at this point. If they want to have a full discussion and pull the item for a separate vote, I would listen to the wisdom of the board on that. But just know that with our best efforts sometimes, there's not everybody. It's debatable who they are when we say, if you add words that say, on behalf of the citizens, et cetera, they're not everybody in our community that supports what is being done in this situation. We had an individual that came up during public comment when we were having our final budget discussions, and he opined that he didn't support it. So not everyone will support every action that we will take regarding these types of matters, but just know, we're here to support the city of Orlando in this effort. We're here to support those survivors, family members of survivors, to make certain that they are honored in a dignified way. And again, the action that we're taking as a board is in our capacity as the duly elected members of this body. So,
Mayor, I fully understand, and I don't want, my intention is not to delay at all. And I know that there are some people that express alternative sentiments, but we are spending everybody's money. So regardless, we've taken a big position already by spending money, which is what has made people upset, but I don't want to delay it. It wounded the community in a very difficult way. And so it just feels right to say on behalf of the people and, of course, everybody. I just feel like it.
all right, I'll hear from the wisdom of the board. I'm going to call on the board members in the order in which you press your button. We have Commissioner Michael Scott, followed by Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero, and then Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Scott, you're recognized.
Mayor, my question probably might be more towards County Attorney. If I don't know that our action today is specifically germane to how the language of I mean, I know it's in the document, but Whitney, if you can.
This thing is significantly taller than it usually is, or I got shorter. Good morning, Commissioners. So your question is the language in the document? Was that your question?
Yeah, so the language in the document, standard you have the electeds at the time of the project approval or when the project is open. I know, as an example, with Dr. Phillips, you have past and current city commissioners, I think Regina Hill and Daisy Lynham as an example. While that language is referenced, I guess what I'm getting is if we move approval today, is there something that then we can modify the motion where Commissioner Simrad can work with either the city staff or whatever to refine that language, or does it have to be litigated here today? And then if we make those changes, does it have to go back to the city council for them to make adjustments and then come back to us? Like I'm trying to understand the process and the timeline if we make that change today, because it is a legal document.
Correct. There is language in the document right now in Section 3I that says upon completion of the construction of the Pulse Memorial, the city will install a plaque which shall be prominently displayed on the Pulse Memorial acknowledging the names of the Orange County Mayor and Board of County Commissioners and their contribution to the construction of the Pulse Memorial. To answer your first question, that is language that is standard in most of our funding agreements. All of our TDT funding agreements have that language. In terms of process, we have a couple options. If we genuinely want to make an amendment to this document, then that would need to be reapproved by the City of Orlando. We have Commissioner Sheehan here who may have some alternative options for how we can get this done. I believe I believe the city is willing to work with us on this. This is language that we added into the document. It wasn't their language. So, Mayor, if you want me to have Commissioner Sheehan come up, or that I'll leave that up to you.
I don't think that's necessary at this time. I think that if, I'll hear the full conversation about other members, but if we get to a point where the board wants to look at some alternative language, we can simply direct that we can still vote on this agreement today, and we could direct staff to work with the city staff to do that. Okay.
Correct.
To work that out. But so let's hear the rest of the wisdom again. It's not consistent with the board rules at this point to pull the item, but I wanted to at least give our colleagues on the board the opportunity to have a conversation today about whether we vote for it as is or some other way. Okay. All right. Commissioner Scott?
I'm good, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Simmer, for expressing, I think, what is a valid discussion piece, but we have been talking about this for a really long time. So I think at this point, I am not comfortable doing anything that would delay anything for even 5 minutes. And quite frankly, I was ready to make the motion for approval. I feel like the steering committee did the work, and for us to second guess it up here on high at this point feels really diminishing of the long, long process to get us here. So I know that wasn't the intent, but I want to make sure we're moving this forward.
Okay.
My question was
okay.
by what they.
Okay. It was there and then it disappeared. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah. Whitney, I want to go ahead and actually thank you on the verbiage. Commissioner Sheehan, is she still here? Oh, yes. And, you know, and she put it out there, right? And we've all gotten heat on this. And I think that we need to stand by that honor of this agreement, which is going to be putting a lot of steps in play that are going to make sure that this is going to happen. And we really need to move forward. So I know the intent, but I think we are all unified as a community to know that this community stands together. And I feel comfortable moving forward because it's time. It's way past time.
All right. With that, the item will remain on the consent agenda for today.
Motion for approval. Be happy to
Let me make sure
I'll
that
second you.
it is clear what the motion is. Okay. I want to make sure that motion isn't to leave it on the consent agenda. It's on the consent agenda. The motion that we are entertaining is a motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety. Okay.
I would like to move the requested action.
And I second it.
All right.
Wilson.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. Sorry, like I'm losing my voice this morning. With the action that was just taken, I do want to, by the way, Commissioner Sheehan, thank you all for your presence this morning. All right, appreciate it. With the action that was taken, I do want to highlight some of the items that were approved on the consent agenda. Our Mental Health and Homelessness Division is continuing to expand its reach. The Infant and Mental Health Early Childhood Consultation Program was on the agenda. The program works to help children ranging in age from birth to 5 years old form secure relationships and manage emotions. The program is expanding to all 23 Orange County Head Start centers. This $2 million one-year contract with Kendall Consulting and Parents 2 Incorporated is estimated to serve 2,500 area youth. We approved a resolution affirming support for designating a portion of the International Drive as the Harris-Rosen Way. The Florida legislature passed a bill this last session creating this honorary designation. So Representative Harris, thank you for your presence. We do look forward to the official naming and the erecting of the appropriate signage. Everyone also knows that Mr. Harris-Rosen was a visionary in hospitality and planted his roots right here in Central Florida in 1974 when he opened the doors of his first small hotel on International Drive. His Rosen Hotels and Resorts continued to prosper for over 50 years. However, Mr. Rosen is also legendary as a philanthropist and humanitarian within this community. He was committed to giving back to the community and making a difference in Central Florida. He created preschool programs in the Tangelo Park and Paramore communities, as well as his Rosen Foundations providing college or vocational school scholarships for students from those communities. Again, the areas of Tangelo Park and Paramore. His donations helped establish the University of Central Florida Rosen College of Hospitality Management, now recognized as one of the nation's premier hospitality schools. He also established the Adam Michael Rosen Neuro-Oncology Laboratories at the University of Florida to conduct cancer research for brain tumors. Mr. Rosen passed away on November the 25th, 2024, at the age of 85. We honor him today with this resolution and road designation and remember him for his numerous contributions to our community. Today is an exciting day for Orange County as we progress in providing the best care possible to the homeless, lost, and abandoned pets of our community. When completed with the Orange County Animal Services Facility, it is expected to be the largest animal shelter in Florida at 123,000 square feet, with housing for approximately 265 dogs and 200 cats. That sounds like a lot of four-legged animals to me. Staff has worked closely with the designer and the various subject matter experts as well as animal welfare professionals throughout the state to design the ideal shelter for our individual community. This new building will provide more space and comfort, less stress, and a healthier environment for our shelter pets. It will also better enable the dedicated staff to focus on life-saving and optimizing programs as they will no longer be confined to the limitations of a nearly 40-year-old building. This facility will be a symbol of the values we hold as a community. We're investing in a future where animals, staff, and residents will thrive, and I believe we should be proud of this step forward. Lastly, I want to also recognize and congratulate a longtime employee of Orange County, Mr. Kyle Kent. Kyle is somewhere in here. Okay, Kyle, stand there. Kyle Kent, with the action that we took, will be appointed as manager of the Parks and Recreation Division. Congratulations, Kyle. He will be replacing Matt Sudemeyer, who you know contributed over 30 years of service to our county and retired. So Kyle, he's one of ours. Look forward to working with you to deliver quality services through our Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you very much for your presence. All right. And now we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. We're going to call on Ms. Cheryl Gillespie, our supervisor of the Agenda Development Office, to present an appointment to the Code Enforcement Board. And with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, the board's being asked to make an appointment to the Code Enforcement Board, which has jurisdiction to hear and decide alleged violations of the codes and ordinance enforced in the county. The board has 7 members appointed on the basis of experience or interest in the fields of zoning and building control. Subsequent to the inclusion of the professional specialties, each district shall be represented. Currently, Districts 1 and 3 are not represented on the board. Matthew DeBoard has resigned, leaving a vacancy. There were 2 nominations. Commissioner Moore has nominated Andre Berry, and Commissioner Uribe has nominated Lydia Pisano. The voting process will be the first time that you're using your new voting process that you decided on a couple of years ago. The mayor will call on Commissioners Moore and Uribe to present their nominations. Following the nominations, the mayor will conduct one roll call vote for both nominees, and the nominee receiving 4 votes will be appointed. So the action requested is appointment of a citizen to the Code Enforcement Board with a term expiring December 31st, 2028.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we potentially may have 2 nominees. I'll go to Commissioner Moore. Do you have a nomination?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Andre Berry for the position.
And now I'll go to Commissioner Uribe for a potential nominee.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Lydia Pisano. The previous person who resigned was District 3. He was a Realtor, and Ms. Pisano is from District 3 also.
All right. So, and that will, we have 2 nominations. We only have 1 position.
Can we have some
We'll do a
discussion?
roll.
Can we have some discussion to tell you why we nominated him?
Well, if you like, absolutely. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Sure. Andre Berry is, when we find volunteers that are not our wonderful seniors, I am so happy. And he's a younger man with lots of potential from my Lockhart area that is probably seeing the greatest improvement that I've been here. And he is the Vice President of the People of Lockhart, and I have been out there with him all over Lockhart fixing up signs and painting fences, and I think he would make a wonderful addition to the board.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, so I appointed Lydia Pisano. Lydia Pisano is also a Pine Castle pioneer, I guess you would say. She's been very active in our community, but the reason why I actually asked Lydia is a great advocate in our community. Lydia works with first-time home buyers in underserved areas and rental assistance in getting people in homes that they can afford. But she's a big advocate of encouraging communities to put some pride in their communities. She's one of my people who ends up putting people in Pine Castle and Sky Lake and Taft and finds housing that's affordable. She's committed to this. This woman's on the job 24/7 because she believes in this community. And we had a previous gentleman who'd been serving since the previous county commissioner. He was a Realtor, and he did resign because we couldn't replace him. But I would love to have Ms. Pisano, who her and her husband are very, very active, and it would also give a voice of District 3 on this board, which we don't have. Thank you. Thank you for considering her.
All right, with that, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Mayor, if
yes?
just if Cheryl, just listening to Commissioner Uribe make the statement that there isn't a District 3 resident, I wanted to know if Cheryl could say which districts are represented on this board.
All of them except Districts 1 and 3.
Okay. So both 1 and 3 do not have a representative.
Copy that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so roll call vote. We'll begin with District 1. Commissioner Wilson.
I love being number 1, except for these roll call. No, I don't mind at all. And I will say that I think knowing that these are both excellent candidates, and I appreciate the effort to make sure we're getting people to apply for what I think is a very labor-intensive board, I will place my vote with District 3's nomination just due to that representation, the fair representation.
No, I understand that point, but I better hang in there for Andre.
Okay. We have 1 for Andre, 1 for Lydia.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to also cast my vote for my rep that I nominated. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
I like them both, and I know Lydia, and so, but Commissioner Moore says that Andre, he is a youth, he is young.
Well, 40.
Well, it's young.
Young and
Commissioner Moore already has 2 in there. This would be 3 for her.
Okay. So
Say what, Commissioner Uribe?
She has 2 representatives on this board. This would be 3 for District 2.
Okay.
I guess my people are responding
Yes.
to this board because of what we do.
Yes.
You know, I understand.
So saying that on District 3 doesn't have representation, I will vote for Lydia.
Thank you.
all right. And Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Moore, it's no offense. And I know you do great things, you know, in the community with cleanup, but without the representation from District 3, I'll go with the District 3 rep. Thank you so much.
Okay. At this point, that means that Commissioner Uribe has 4 votes, and it takes 4, but I'm going to hear Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Uribe is appointee. Lydia Pisano.
Okay. And the chair will vote for Ms. Lydia Pisano as well.
Thank
so
you.
that means that Ms. Pisano had 6 to 1. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much. We'll move forward to the next item on our agenda this morning. And so we'll find something else for Mr. Andre.
That's right. Well,
Berry.
put him someplace else. He's a great up and
There'll
coming
be
leader.
other opportunities for him to serve. We got lots of advisory boards. All right. With that, we're going to call up Ms. Kelly Teague, the Director of our Legislative Affairs Office, and she'll be presenting the 2026 state legislative priorities. With that, you're recognized.
Well, good morning, Mayor, County Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. It's great to be before you again so quickly after the last session. As you know, we have staggered sessions. And so this coming year is an early session. It will start in January and end in March. So here we are again. I wanted to start by discussing how we develop this draft agenda that we present to you today. I work with the departments throughout the county to identify proposals that impact the county's provision of services to citizens, whether that be things that have come up in previous sessions or things they're hearing about efforts that may come to play in Tallahassee. Our goal is to inform decision makers of positive and negative consequences of proposed legislation, and we also want to advocate for fair, reasonable, and balanced resolution of current and future challenges that impact Orange County. We do have 2 contract lobby teams that work in Tallahassee on our behalf. Our primary firm is Becker Polikoff, and our specialist firm is Sunrise Consulting Group. Today, I'm going to go through an overview of what we could expect in Tallahassee. I'm going to go through all of the draft priorities that were developed in this process, and then leave an opportunity for discussion, and then ultimately I'll be asking that the board adopt a legislative agenda for the 2026 session. All right, so let's start with the legislative overview. This is the second year for leadership on the House and Senate side. You have the Senate President, Ben Albritton, who represents District 27 in the Florida Senate. And then here are members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation that serve in the Senate. I wanted to call your attention to District 15 seat. This was the seat that was filled in a special election last month. This was the seat that was vacated due to the loss of Geraldine Thompson. Senator LaVon Bracy Davis has moved over from the House and now represents Senate District 15. You can see the other members of the Senate who are from Orange County. On the House side, we have Speaker Danny Perez, who hails from District 116 in South Florida, and again, second year of his time as Speaker. And here are members of the Orange County Legislative Delegation that serve in the Florida House. The seat vacated by now Senator LaVon Bracy Davis has now been filled. District 40, which is Representative Rashawn Young. The timeline that we have looking forward, committee weeks are getting underway very soon. You can see we have several interim committee weeks that run in October, November, and December. A bulk of the budget work will be done in December. And then in 2026, we'll kick off the legislative session January 13th. I wanted to call your attention to FAC Legislative Day, which is when your colleagues will be meeting in Tallahassee to talk about the importance of local government and how it works in the state of Florida. That's January 21st, and then hopefully we will be gaveling out of session March 13th. We shall see. All right, draft priorities. I want to start by acknowledging what a huge effort we will have in Tallahassee this coming session. We are no stranger to some of the discussions underway throughout the state right now. You've heard a lot about the DOGE effort, which is really kind of a predicate to make the case for property tax reform in Tallahassee. We also have the implications of Senate Bill 180. And so as you review these draft priorities, you're going to notice that it's a very finely tuned draft. We really wanted to make sure we had all of the resources and time available to work on these critical issues of property tax reform and Senate Bill 180. So under key priorities, I wanted to point out Senate Bill 180. Our proposal is to repeal planning and land use provisions that were in Senate Bill 180. As you know, this was a broader bill. It also involved emergency management, so we're targeting specifically the land use and planning provisions that were in that bill. Under alum treatments, we'd like to secure a change to authorize alum treatments in impaired water bodies in state waters and submerged lands. I will note that we believe we have an administrative fix to this. However, we've requested the Florida Association of Counties place this on their legislative agenda, so it seemed appropriate to also place it on our agenda, but hopefully we have an administrative solution. On the state funding piece, statistically speaking, we have successfully gotten our appropriation requests over the legislative finish line the past 7 years, and they have all been vetoed during the governor's review of the budget. With that in mind, we've taken a very narrow approach and said, let's target homeless intervention to really advance the conversation about the impacts of unfunded mandates that come from Tallahassee involving the public camping bill, for example. And so that's why we have homelessness as a state funding request. We do want to acknowledge the Herculean effort it will take to make something go completely through the process. We can generally get it through the legislative side. It's the governor's review of the budget where it becomes a challenge. Under home rule, this is probably where we're going to spend about 98% of our work in Tallahassee. So these are critical pieces of our legislative priority puzzle. We want to preserve home rule. We want to preserve local government funding sources. That's where that property tax discussion comes in. We want to protect against unfunded mandates. We want to maintain existing authority for zoning, permitting, and conservation. Again, that touches on Senate Bill 180. We want to expand local authority to address unique issues related to BMAP and TMDL goals, AKA fertilizer ordinances. That's come up in the past. And then we also have a section of the legislative agenda that involves support and opposition statements. So I'll go through a couple of these. Support legislation that directly impacts water quality and quantity, land preservation and acquisition. We want to support sustainability and renewable energy efforts. We want to support mitigation efforts to address advanced septic system requirements, and we want to support inmate Medicaid eligibility. Again, that last statement is something we have asked the Florida Association of Counties to place on its legislative agenda, and it appears on ours as well. We also want to support leveraging community partners to advance county priorities and build coalitions to maximize our impact in Tallahassee, knowing that sometimes our voice is not necessarily the best voice as we look for success in Tallahassee. Making sure we have the coalitions to advance our message is equally important. I will say in the past, this usually comes up in the transportation world, priorities that come from links, Metro Plan. This is the area where we tend to work a lot with our community partners, are things that can affect us from a funding standpoint. We also want to oppose legislation that diverts TDT funding outside the county or dilutes local control on how TDT revenues are spent. And lastly, this is a list of issues that have come up in previous sessions. Sometimes they come up, sometimes they do not. But if they do, they have the potential to impact Orange County significantly. So under our monitor list, you can see a long list of key topics that we'll be watching very closely as the bill filing process gets underway. The bill filing deadline is the first day of session, January 13th. However, if history is our guide, we'll see quite a few committee bills come out of the process, and those emerge, well into week 5 and 6. And Mayor, at this point, I'd like to pause to offer an opportunity for discussion.
Absolutely. Commissioner Wilson.
First. Sorry, but yes, and thank you so much for spending the above and beyond time with me on our briefing, because there's so much in this last year, I feel like we're all just trying to take a deep breath and figure out what to look at first and where we can get some traction. I do want to give, I know that many of them have left, but I want to give a shout out to the folks that came this morning that asked us to also potentially find some space to talk about what's happening here locally as a result of a state law that is really a federal responsibility, right? So we've got a federal responsibility in immigration enforcement that got, the double down from the governor's office, and then the imposition and, quite frankly, commandeering of our resources locally. I know that to address it in a way that may confront federal statute, federal law, federal enforcement would be a non-starter. But if there's opportunities for us to try to find some, across the state potentially, concern about the commandeering piece of this. Local governments understand they have very limited resources. We've been scrutinized on those stretched-thin resources and trying to make sure that our public safety dollars, which of course our corrections dollars are public safety dollars, are utilized for the public safety. So to have those reapportioned for a federal responsibility, to me feels like it runs, directly in conflict with home rule across the board, right? So both with local to federal, state to federal. So I don't know, just a suggestion, if any lawmakers are listening, we can call it the Don't Tread on Me bill. We can, potentially throw in there some language about punitive preemption, because I think that's the other part that's really difficult right now, is this idea that for us to just represent our local individual interests, that we might be getting punished for it. And I know it chills the conversations. We want to be able to discuss everything. That is the American way. So anyway, I know that this is going to be a long stretch ahead. I think we've spent so much time talking about Live Local and some of the changes that have come in the last couple of years. Do you anticipate even more evolution of that? I know there's been cases in Orange County that have now popped up because of last year's updates. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
To be determined. I will say in the past, when we see a glitch bill, often there's a cooling off period after that glitch bill to really see what's going on. We rarely see multiple glitch bills in successive sessions. So I would not expect it, but anything is possible with the current legislature. So
okay,
to be determined.
So yeah, exactly, buckle our seatbelts. And then, the approach to SB 180, obviously we're trying really hard to make sure that our growth management is our growth management. And, ideally working across all those counties to make sure we're advancing that. I know FAC has a very robust interest. Do you know of other interested parties outside of sort of those municipal governments that we've heard from?
The coalition is definitely getting larger. I know we have a lot of environmental groups involved in the process, a lot of planning groups that are involved, and so this is one of those examples of finding the best voice to convey our message. I can't imagine that there won't be some sort of fix involving Senate Bill 180. It's just too impactful to stand as it currently is. I think the challenge is, going back to the point of Live Local Act, oftentimes when you see a fix, that's the only fix for quite some time. So we just really want to hone in on what that fix is and make sure it checks as many boxes as we can, knowing that it might be a couple years before we get another bite at the apple.
Right, and I think, if I had my legislative magic wand out, I'd be like, just remove 18 and 28. Let the rest of it stand. 18 and 28, remove it.
So simple.
So simple. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Commissioner Scott.
Morning. Thank you, Mayor. Kelly, thank you for your very detailed update of what will and what may happen in Tallahassee. I guess you work with the different lobbyists, and you kind of, it's almost like trying to read the future of sorts. Is there anything that you think we can do as a local government or as a body that you see could maybe help position us, or hurt us? Because obviously we work with FAC, and we more often than not our priorities kind of align with all the other large or similarly situated counties. But to what degree, from your professional experience, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I told you I was going to do a little bit of that. What could we do differently or better as a body? Not as any individual commissioner, but as a body. Like, are we heading in the right direction? Could we make some adjustments?
I mean, I'm going to give you the legislative perspective. There are political perspectives, there are communication perspectives, like everything has to come together to give the best path forward, but like legislatively, staying as low and under the radar as we can in the lead up to and during session is always helpful. But again, that's a legislative viewpoint, and I know that you all balance a lot as elected officials, and so sometimes these things are easy to accomplish and sometimes they're not, but there's a lot of toxicity and how things are being communicated in Tallahassee right now, and a lot of chomping at the bit to find examples to further the message of property tax reform or insert whatever issue of the day is. And so, to the extent that we can have, a path forward that doesn't shine a spotlight on us is very helpful.
Okay. And I know you have a colleague that goes to Tallahassee quite often, and sometimes you have some college students that usually is your team here today?
Yes,
Could
Mark
they-
Jeffries
could they
is
come up with
here.
you?
Mark is here, and then Andrew's here. Andrew was our intern last cycle and now works for Sunrise Consulting. So we will have the benefit. You'll get your cover sheets for a second year in a row. So
Andrew, Mark, would you mind approaching the podium, please?
there you go.
You too, Andrew.
Oh, Jorge, sorry. Andrew is Sunrise. Jorge.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's my fault.
Jorge, you come up first. So just thank you for coming back. Obviously, we must have treated you right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Fed you a few times, too. So thank you for continuing to work with us. We certainly do appreciate you, and hopefully you'll continue to work with us, maybe even have a position sometime in the future. So thank you for choosing Orange County. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm learning from the best.
All right. Mark, you live in Tallahassee for us, and you take that drive quite frequently in the rain and different types of weather and different type of climate. And when I say weather, I'm talking about weather, hurricane type rain, and weather political type weather. And I just want to publicly thank you. You've been here 20 plus years, I believe, and you've had challenges, not only professionally but personally, but through all that, you've consistently made sure that the needs of this board, this current board, previous board, members of the community, and even county staff have what they need to carry out what the people need here locally. And I just really want to tell you how much I appreciate you, how much I am grateful for, the whether it's a cartoon that kind of explains and gives context to something we see on the news, or maybe a technical report about a specific bill. You deliver consistently, and a lot of folks don't see what you do. Kelly looks a little better than you, so sorry about that part. But I just really wanted to tell you thank you, and I appreciate you, and I hope that you will continue to stay with us as long as it makes sense for you and your family, and just keep doing it, man. I sincerely appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm good, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kelly, so much. Thank you for the briefing yesterday. I've got some minor adjustments in language that I mentioned with you yesterday, so I'll do those first. And I'm going in order of minor to larger. So in the oppose and support section, I had asked Kelly if in that first leadoff sentence where it says support legislation, if we could add the words and funding that directly impacts water quality and quantity, land preservation and acquisition. So that was one of the requests that I had. Then going over to, on the other side, the key priorities. I am grateful to see the state funding appropriations for homelessness, but as we know, homelessness is a housing problem. And I know that we're super passionate about affordable housing, so I was hoping to add affordable housing. And my line of thought is, right now it doesn't seem as though the state cares a lot about homeless people and arresting them and putting them in jail. So, but because homelessness is a housing problem, perhaps we'd be more successful in acquisition of affordable housing funding that helps then prevent homelessness. I don't know what the board's take would be on that, but that was one of them. And then in terms of, I'm going to go back over to the oppose and support, and I'm going to hit the top lead there again with support. We have so we've been reviewing CFX and their CFX master plan for 2045. And while we're pursuing legislation, and I hope funding, that directly impacts water quality and quantity, land preservation and acquisition, there was a law that was passed that allowed CFX to condemn our conservation land. And so we see that CFX is using conservation land through Split Oak for the road, and now we have learned that the Split Oak, the Osceola extension, also requires another green place land, which is Eagles Roost. And so in terms of that land acquisition piece, is there anything we can do to redact or repeal or add some type of, I mean, it's eating up our taxpayer money. We're spending money to buy Green Place land. And if you look at CFX 2045, they got roads running all through our Green Place lands. So in our conservation lands, and that's not free land. That was taxed by all of us, and we all paid for it. And I want to protect it, and then we don't want to see roads in those areas. So how can that be adjusted, or is there any course of action that we can do to try to help protect condemnation of our conservation land?
I mean, it's up to the board how you want to proceed. It's definitely possible. There was enabling legislation to create the Central Florida Expressway Authority. It's, a creature of state statute. So, you could have some sort of effort to take a look at that eminent domain provision in that portion of statute if it was the board's interest.
What would that bullet point read to do something like that?
I almost think you'd have, because the support and opposition statements also often touch on very broad bills or bills that we know are going to be filed. I don't know that that's the case. You almost would need a bill filed in order to address that, because you can't offer an amendment for something that hasn't been cited in another bill. So I don't know how you would necessarily do it without filing a bill.
Okay, so we find a bill sponsor, a match then in House or Senate, and then do I make the assumption that the legislative delegation would then support that, or is that something we lobby for later? How do we tell Mark Jeffries to, see if to be on the lookout for this?
I do know this was part of the conversation, and I want to say it was 2014 when the Central Florida Expressway Authority was created from the Orlando-Orange County Expressway Authority. Ultimately, those arguments were not successful, so that signals to me that it might be more challenging than a simple fix in statute. So we would likely be looking at a multi-year effort, would be my guess.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. And then lastly, my other one here pertains to, again, in the oppose and support. It's the last one, oppose legislation that diverts TDT funding outside the county or dilutes local control on how TDT revenues are spent. So I like that one. I don't know if we need to amend that one or add another one, because while we don't want to dilute our local control, based on the feedback from the last visioning session, it seems as though we would like to enhance our local control or our ability to have some type of local option authority to, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If there's a local option authority to provide some type of taxation on tourists, we get 75 million tourists a year. DeSantis our governor has given us advice and guidance to tax tourists. Can we support that legislative effort to, if something emerge, to tax tourists and to get additional revenue? I'm sorry, my thoughts are a little scattered. I've been distracted just a little.
It's morning.
On that one, Commissioner, I think that's one that we need to monitor. We need to monitor the legislation, because these types of legislation, they can have a number of tentacles that may or may not, in totality, something that we can support. So we just really need to understand the risk there. Because while we like to think the universe revolves around us, it's really a statewide issue. And so we do have to make certain that we know expressly what it is that we're supporting. So, okay. So I think we should monitor what happens there. But this is something that is of significant interest to the industry here, but it's of significant interest statewide. And depending upon what that looks like, We have to understand that. But the board will have time, as this would develop, we will, from time to time, have Kelly or the legislative team come back to the board and give you an update so that you understand what it is that we're doing. But by monitoring, what we're saying is that's a priority for us, but we need all of the details to know whether or not we support or oppose. Okay. We're going to move to Commissioner Uribe.
Yes. So Kelly, I wanted to, I appreciate the presentation and we spoke in great detail. My question is, how does the team in Tallahassee kind of pivot as things are moving quickly? Because one of the things we always notice is that there could be an action that's required, and how are we? I know there's a lot of open opportunities. I mean, clearly they're talking about Senate Bill 180. They're talking about lots of things that we're looking at pivoting from. And so I wanted to make sure the comment that, even, Commissioner Semrau just made, what's the plan? What's the plan? Because I know that we talked about monitoring, but my question to you is, what if something happens? Because it appears that there's an outside body, and not only on that issue, on any issue that comes up, that there's outside bodies proposing this that are current, they're local. So in what capacity are we ready to pivot as opposed to if there's any ability or any kind of momentum that anything builds?
That's a great question. So primarily the issues that I listed under monitor all fit kind of squarely in that home rule section, which is we want to protect home rules, so the ability to make our own decisions and stop any unfunded mandates or diversion of revenues that we currently receive. If you look at these items, a lot of it, sovereign immunity has a financial implication. So we do often see some of these things come up, and most likely, depending on how it's filed, it would trigger an opposition to that type of priority. So to the extent that things come up, we find in the beginning parts of session, it's a very calm process. There's a lot of lead time. You all see it in your communication with us. Later on in the process, when we don't have any warning about what's coming up, members are on the floor, that's when the team has to activate in a very different way, and where we have to really focus on our coalition building. Perhaps Florida Association of Counties has the best intel on something, or we do, or Miami-Dade does. We work together to try and pivot those issues quickly.
And knowing that this requires a vote, right? So you're going to expect a vote from us to move forward. Procedurally, how is that done? Because I'm also on the preemption board for FAC, right? So there's we have multiple little groups working for the betterment of us. But I guess my final question is, how does that, when it comes to our vote and getting the support of us to back things and to pivot quickly, would we be able to do that?
The good news is a bulk of it is covered under the home rule section. Okay. Every once in a while, what comes to mind is the Department of Juvenile Justice had a bill, I want to say in 2013, and we actually had to come back to the board. It was something the board hadn't spoke on, and it was a highly complex issue. So we would get back before you if it's something that wasn't clearly articulated in one of the categories on our legislative party list. We do try and keep our categories somewhat broad to give us flexibility, but every once in a while a topic comes up that will require us to come back before you.
Right, and I know you said part of our job is to kind of stay low, right? So, but at the same time, there are some good actions that other counties that don't necessarily have to stay low are doing. Are we still backing those efforts? Because it's not all black and white. There's a lot of gray, and there are a lot of things out there that do benefit us, even clearly the class action, so, all those kind of things that when we just finished the FAC conference, that was the hottest topic. And then obviously property taxes, right? So those are two issues that there are groups that are in line with us that do have influence. So are we still backing those efforts or supporting those efforts?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. That's part of the coalition process.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be optimistic on the next session.
I
don't
like
wanna-
that.
I don't want to be so gloomy. I want to be
It's going to be
optimistic.
great.
Wonderful. All right, well, thanks for the info, and I know you're always available on the phone, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Moore?
Sure. Good morning, Kelly. Thank you for your work on this. I know it seems a little bit of a down year, but I did want to ask about money for springs protection because we've seen that bucket a little drier lately. And so while we've done well here with about 2,000 homes being converted, there's more work to be done. Is that something that you'll continue to watch and advocate for? Because what I'm seeing there, as long as the money is getting into that pot, then Orange County Utilities has been pretty successful at receiving grants.
Certainly. In the past, we've worked the support position involving water quality and quantity preservation and acquisition. That's where that piece has come in. So it's covered on your board agenda.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No problem.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Finally. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you. Kelly, I have two questions, but the other question I'm going to email it to you because I'm still developing and writing on it.
No problem.
But I have one question. Can you speak about the current state of mental health funding and how the county is working with the legislators on this issue? You know, the competitive, grant funds and all of that.
That's a great example. So Orange County pioneered a statewide grant program to help support the Central Receiving Center. It's something we used to put directly on our priority list, but now it would fall under that home rule section, which is preserve existing funding sources. So preserving that existing funding source for the competitive grant program that supports the Central Receiving Center is absolutely on the agenda. I haven't heard much about where we are in Tallahassee on mental health. I do know several sessions ago it was a big focus. I haven't heard that to the extent this year, but it's something we watch very closely in the appropriations process.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mark, and you for the service. Thank you.
All right. I think that was it for the questions or the comments. We have a general direction. Some of the things are carryovers from the past where we support or oppose, and then we have some items that are developing. We have some new things that we're supporting or opposing, but this is going to be a fluid process for us, generally speaking, because of the desire by the leadership in Tallahassee to do some form of property tax reform that is unknown what that looks like at this point, but suffice it to say, this is an issue that is important for all 67 counties. And I think for us, if we're going to be effective during the session, it is going to require us to be actively engaged and look for opportunities to align ourselves with other counties in the state from, I think, a lobbying perspective and political reasons. I think that our strength is going to really rest within the relationships that we have with Florida's counties, and I would say municipalities as well, or local governments. All right. Thank you, Ms. Teague.
Mayor, we do have action requested to adopt the agenda.
Sorry.
Second, Gomez.
I think Commissioner Scott.
Yep, and Commissioner Gomez.
And Commissioner Gomez was the seconder.
See, thank you.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Mayor, just one quick request that occurred to me. Kelly, when you send out the weekly reports, generally you will make updates to the reports if something has occurred in that week. If you deem it pertinent based on the comments from today, if we can get that maybe before, so you're going to send out, maybe there's something that happens before that we can get it, so we're not, because sometimes we'll find out things on the news that's in the weekly updated Friday that we probably would be benefited before.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
try
can-
to alert you guys in between. Sometimes it's successful and sometimes it's not, but certainly.
Appreciate you. Thank you
No
so much.
problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and the next item on the agenda is a discussion agenda item. Commissioner Wilson had asked to present a report on a county tree replacement program. The next item, of course, is to have a conversation here. I understand that our staff have been working with you very closely, Commissioner Wilson, and they'll be supporting you in this presentation. But Commissioner, you may want to lead off with kind of laying out your thoughts and then pivot to staff at an appropriate time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor, and I want to thank Alan Marshall and the team. His team, really, this started out as a conversation with a resident in a neighborhood where, within Orange County right-of-way, we had to remove some fairly mature shade trees. It was because they weren't healthy. The arborist did a great job of evaluating that, and we understood that that was a safety issue, and they had to be removed. But there was no plan to replace them. And so it triggered the thought process in my office about what to do next. And if we are, because of county operations, removing these shade trees and we're removing something that has been an asset to a neighborhood for many years, should there be a program or plan to help replace it? Well, in my mind, I thought, well, maybe the answer would be utilizing the fees and fines that are, being imposed as part of the tree ordinance. But the protection tree ordinance affects our developers and development interests. So those fees and fines are coming in basically to make sure that what they remove is being replaced. And that's what we're holding the private industry to standards for. So the conversation really pivoted to, okay, so this is Orange County's, necessary movement in right-of-way or for a public works project. But if we are doing something that affects the canopy, what next? And is there any opportunity for us to explore the possibility for a program that would supplant what was removed, knowing that our goal is to make sure there is canopy across the county, keeping that temperature down, continuing to keep home values up, because we know that there's a correlation between the value of property and a good urban tree canopy. So with that, Alan and team put together some really incredible information. I would ask of you all today to kind of just listen to the background and where we are, where we've come from, and possibilities for where we can go from here. I think it would be a really great benefit, and for years and years and years to come, we might be able to continue to look at opportunities to provide that cover. So, Mr. Marshall, if you'll take it away.
Mayor, just a quick question. So Commissioner Wilson, just so I'm clear as I'm hearing him do his presentation, are you looking for board direction or board action with a vote?
Board direction. This is a very preliminary and background conversation. It became so much more complex than I thought it would be because we passed the tree protection ordinance, and I thought, well, there's a revenue stream that we may be able to utilize. And of course, I think I've pestered you guys for a long time now about what we know the benefit is, the economic benefit of going back and planting. Well, we've got the IFAS tree program, but it's a tree giveaway program. Gotcha. And so it's really not equitable for anybody that's either in an apartment complex or a townhome, or let's say they have physical limitations and they can't get out and replant a tree where the county took it out. So really identifying county action, county right of way, and what we can do to make it better.
Copy that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and Commissioner, thank you for the informative lead-in. So, Commissioners, what you're going to see here is maybe a little fancier version of the data that we brought forward. Did some assessment of our county operations as a whole from top to bottom to get an understanding of the county's sort of responsibilities and actions regarding trees, because it's a pretty big topic. And so what you'll see here is you don't have the presentation in front of you. I'm sorry. Yeah, you don't have a copy of it. It's on the screen. Okay. If that's what you're looking for. So Orange County considers trees in a variety of community and county operations plans, regulatory codes, and policies, and that starts at the top with our Sustainable Operations and Resilience Action Plan, the SORAP. That's that plan that kind of guides the county operations. You have language in our comprehensive plans, both of them, the county code protections and standards, tree-related programs, facility, right-of-way maintenance, planting programs, capital improvement. I've got a slide for each one of those to give you just a little bit of detail. So In our SORAP has a section called Trees and Land, and some of the things that it talks about is for the county to maintain a cross-departmental tree team to oversee tree protections programs and policies. And when I say when we were commissioner, she was just heartbroken that she wasn't part of the tree team there. She's like, how do I get on the tree team? To maintain standardized right tree, right place lists for county projects to make sure we're putting the right trees in the right places. Inventory trees for county capital projects, site development and new construction. Inventory countywide tree canopy. You'll see these on some upcoming slides. And to plant a lot of trees, plant 10,000 trees through current enhanced programs. So that's in our sustainable operations plan. In our comp plan, in the 2030 comp plan, this is the comp plan that was used to update both, our tree protection program and for wetlands, our wetland trees, the wetland ordinance, and it talks about preserving and enhancing vegetative resources, but not limited to tree species. It talks about augmenting our natural resources. It talks about planting native trees and vegetation along our roadways, the inclusion of landscaping and buffering requirements. And in our new comprehensive plan, Vision 2050, a little more sophisticated language there. It talks about incorporating green infrastructure, developing site design standards as a requirement for tree surveys. In the second there, you're providing existing tree canopy or protecting existing tree canopy and increasing the urban forest for the many different benefits that you see listed there of stormwater reduction, pollution control, noise abatement. And then the third there, Orange County shall promote the health, resiliency, and sustainability of its urban forest. And you'll see later in the slides, one of the future things that we're looking at will be outlined. So as I mentioned, our codes and standards, we updated our tree protection ordinance in 2023, won 2 state awards with that ordinance. It reduced the number of exemptions, provided some stronger protections for very valuable tree species, enhanced preservation in the county where there wasn't preservation mandate there before, required designs to consider trees in the design of plans. Again, updated our wetland and surface water protection ordinance in 2024. We won some awards for that as well. And in several other areas like landscape buffering and open space that compels trees to go back in with site developments. County maintenance programs. We manage trees at our facilities, under the buildings and grounds and utility easements, our right-of-way and other county easements. We maintain trees through inspections. Now 311, you see 311 requests are the majority there. I'll give you some data in an upcoming slide. It's amazing how many calls are managed by Ed and his team at Public Works within the right-of-way. Drainage easements, we want to make sure that they are free-flowing, maintaining our canals and access ways and flowways. Now getting into some of the tree planting programs that we've had for a number of years. So you can see there, for the last 10 years, we've been planting trees in medians of roadways. To date, 76 miles and almost 8,700 trees have been planted there. And you see some pictures there. That program has gotten the lion's share of the funding has been in our tree replacement fund. The other tree planting program that gets budget funding every year is for UF-IFAS, and they give away trees at each of your commissioner districts throughout the year, events throughout the year. It's been very, very successful. They get somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 for that. 6,251. Now, you're seeing these numbers are from a 5-year average, and you'll see why Julie Bortles and I did an assessment, like a 5-year assessment. So some of this is coming out of that. But good amount of trees or at least given away. The hope is that they make it into the ground. I would say probably the vast majority of them do. And you might see some coming soon, obviously, as we're increasing our commissioner district. There will have to be an adjustment for this, adding those 2 new commissioner districts, so you might see that coming soon. Now, in the emerging programs here, Public Works has their pond planting pilot project, good alliteration there, and they've identified certain county ponds for some tree planting. Plant trees in clusters, you see using Florida native trees, and you would have a contractor similar to our right-of-way or our road median program where a contractor will take care of them until they get established. You can't just put a tree in the ground and leave it alone. You got to make sure that it's watered and managed for a certain period of time. And you see the goals there, obviously increase tree canopy, reduce maintenance in pond area, reduce runoff, and they are a good mitigation spot for our CIP projects. Certifications and studies. For 18 years, the county has been a Tree City USA. County designation there, we report on it annually. We must have a tree board or staff, and we have that. We have a variety of staff that are associated with trees in the county. We have a tree ordinance, certain dollar amount per capita, and every year we have that recognition. Secondly, in certifications and studies, the county has been doing canopy assessments. And so this started in 2017 with an assessment, the tree canopy assessment of the urban service area. I wrote included cities. Our GIS layer includes the cities, but the 2017 assessment just does the urban service area minus the cities. So then we had a second study done in 2023. As you see, the comp plan element above there dictates that we do it every 3 to 5 years. Saw a slight drop there, about 5.5% canopy drop. And in this particular was probably because there were significant annexations within that period of time. I think there was about a 4.3% annexation, and that had an effect of lowering that total canopy there. But these tree assessments make sure they give us a basic understanding of the urban forest within the urban service area of the county. And in that report that they provided us is great data. These are the ecosystem services, really just some of those ecosystem services that trees provide. You see the total number, the replacement value up at the top there, $3.96 billion if you were going to replace all those trees, $13.82 million. But you've got carbon storage, you've got air pollution removal, which is a number of different factors, carbon sequestration, oxygen production. You see there the value of oxygen production. They didn't give a value in there. I put priceless in there because I thought that sounded about right. Energy conservation, avoided carbon, avoided stormwater runoff. You see those annual tree benefits that our consultant put together, $63.1 million, so not insignificant. Lastly, the tree replacement trust fund here is where we bring all the monies that are collected from private development. These are mitigation fees for when they can't plant trees on site, enforcement fines or other penalties go into this. Also can take in money from county projects as well. And the board determines that those funding amounts each year. So the money is used primarily for the purchase of trees at publicly owned sites or operated sites, community enhancement projects, and other projects deemed appropriate by the board, and also for secondarily for landscape materials and equipment and some maintenance and monitoring. So this gives you a sense of the dollars that have come in for revenue and out for expenses. It's not complicated by carryover funding or anything like that, but you're looking at, you see the revenue there from 2021 to 2025. One thing you will notice, that number jumps up significantly from 2024 to 2025, and that may just be the new ratios in our tree ordinance, okay? Because we set higher standards in that code. So you're seeing a fair amount of mitigation funding coming in, and that's great because that gives us opportunity here for new programs, and I'll show you some of those towards the end of the presentation. So what Julie and I wanted to understand, what was the potential, where are we as a county? Because work with trees is somewhat decentralized. It's not overseen by a particular single entity. And so we wanted to do an operations assessment. And so we looked for a 5-year look back. We looked at operations type, project type, number of trees removed, cost for trees removal, and the number of trees planted. Along the right side, you see the agencies there from cooperative extension all the way down to utilities. I could fill this room with the staff that were needed for that assessment. We looked at new buildings, existing buildings, new roads, widenings, utilities. We looked at our Green Place program and right-of-way maintenance. And right-of-way maintenance really is the largest section or focus area with those numbers of calls. So when you look at our new CIP building projects, most of those new projects are balanced out with trees that are planted on site. There you see one of the more recent, this is the Fire Training Center, 133 trees removed, 287 trees were planted. A little bit more variety too in the replanting versus probably what was the majority of pine trees that came out. Small sites, in talking to capital projects, small sites pose challenges for them when you try to adjust site plans. Sometimes the developer only gives you just a small little
postage stamp of a piece of property that's difficult to put a fire station in without, impacting all the trees on it. And they did mention that funding will be needed as part of CIP process looking forward for those tree surveys that are required by our tree ordinance. But we looked at parks and fire stations and operational facilities. Parks are probably I think it's obvious that they are the easiest ones to be able to work the buildings into the ecology that's on the site. For existing buildings, tree canopy replacements now follow the zoning tree ordinance. The most common scenario is larger are laurel oaks. Aging out, they only have about an 80-year life there. And that's really where that right tree, right place, when we talk about replanting on these sites, that's where we want to make sure that we're making the right decision moving forward that minimizes the costs for maintenance. When we looked at road and utilities projects, most of them are exempt under the tree ordinance. These are projects and easements or right-of-way, and efforts are made to reduce tree impacts when possible. For non-exempt projects, maybe you have a lift station that's out of the right-of-way, staff require landscape architects to design the plans, and they try to value engineer or make site visits with the contractor to make sure that you can avoid the tree removal if possible. We threw Green Place in there because occasionally they do have to put a little parking area in there, and you see in that 5-year period, 57 trees removed, 62 planted. Right-of-way maintenance. This is really the largest amount here. You see those common projects, clear zones on roads, sign and light obstructions, drainage infringements. 15,580 tree-related calls. That's a lot, in 5 years. Not all calls obviously result in maintenance activities, and certainly not all calls, require trees coming out. But you do see that 335,000 plus trees maintained, and that's just trimming and pruning. So it's in every day, all day. Secondly, with right-of-way and easements, you've got Public Works is working on new standard operating procedures. And I think that they are largely there to make sure that we're following a very predictable process when we're assessing if a tree needs to come out. It also gives us the opportunity to get a little bit more innovative with different designs, different materials, maybe flexible pavements, things like that. And so they're working on those SOPs at this point. Staff training is going to be important there, and also internal and external communications of those new processes that they're working on. Julie and I looked at just the standard review process there. Zoning and building staff conduct permitting reviews. Our tree surveys are required in identifying specimen and heritage trees, planting locations, and tree calcs for mitigation. So they're following our code and process. So when you do that look back, there are some takeaways. So most new projects, and this is, I think, the good thing, is that at least at this point, now we are balancing out removals with plantings. Small sites, park sites offer some challenges, as I mentioned. Just sometimes they're just too small to be able to avoid taking trees out. Fire stations probably being the most common of those. Park sites offer ample opportunities to adjust site plans to save trees. And you see there that cost on tree surveys on larger sites may need to be budgeted. So this is something that you would probably see in future CIP budgets. New maintenance SOPs, as I mentioned, with Public Works will ensure consistent evaluations. And the trust fund may need a mechanism to track county project mitigation versus private project mitigations to make sure that the funding there. But in the box you see, I think this was the thing that that at least gave me some initial comfort, was that we didn't have a concerning situation in that we've got trees that are coming out, but we're also in our programs, along with avoidance in our project planning there, that we have pretty much an equal thing. Now, that's not to say that every tree that we give away goes in the ground, and these are areas, obviously, that we're looking to improve, and I have that on some future slides. So opportunities. So process improvements ensure tree inventories are conducted on all new projects with a focus on avoidance and minimization. When I say all new projects, I mean things that are currently exempt from our tree ordinance. So bring everything under the tent there with our tree ordinance. Coordinate with zoning arborists on mitigation and landscape plans, finalize those SOPs I mentioned. and develop specific identifiers in our internal land development management systems and the tree fund to make sure for that transparency on tracking and accountability of the dollars. Now, for planting programs, and these are things that are happening right now, we're looking to transition the trust fund from solely public works median tree programs to community and street tree programs. So our staff are preparing an application with CDBG-DR for a planning grant for low to moderate income communities. That would give us essentially a 5-year project list, okay, looking at our LMI communities. So when the dollars are there, the project we would be able to just take it straight into a project. The second bullet is staff are planning just a 300 tree blitz. It's in our budget this year on county-owned properties. And we're putting those lists together. Commissioners will be reaching out to you just to tell you about some of the properties in your district if you want to be involved, maybe take some photos when we're planting those trees. And also the neighborhood services community grants will be evaluated to include options for planting trees in addition to our current programs. And you see we're kind of workshopping some names there, green places and urban spaces. Also expanding the Public Works median tree program to include street trees. So where appropriate safety standards and maintenance, in essence, where it can work, where it makes sense and how it can work, obviously understanding clear zones and right-of-way space and all that, maybe having to purchase more right-of-way for it, but that would be something that this funding could be used for. So obviously the objective is to ensure appropriate mitigation for trees removed on exempt projects. So those overall goals address gaps in canopy that lead to urban heat, add natural habitat, and improve storm resilience and increase property values. So all of our planting programs collectively would feed into that. So our canopy, now you're talking a little bit further. Now we're talking about planning, okay? So how do we do better in the future? How do we do things more efficient, more effective? Our canopy assessments have both pointed to developing an urban forest master plan and also then an urban forest management plan. So the master plan is that longer, it's more like a comp plan, you know, for trees. It gives you that 10, 20, 30-year horizon. Then the urban forest management plan would be developed based on that and would give you essentially those 5-year work efforts, and it would hopefully influence our county processes and feed into all the goals in our SORAP and others. So with looking at funding, our capital improvement plan is going to have to adjust, obviously, for additional funding. When you start talking about those linear projects like roadways, Public Works has looked at, you know, probably at the high end of the scale, there are potential $100,000 to $150,000 per lane mile if you're talking about mitigating all the trees that come out of those. So that's some planning that will need to occur. But also looking at state funding, CDBG, DR, if possible, other federal programs, ag programs, and other grant opportunities. We just received a notice of a grant through IFAS the other day, so we'll take a look at that. Third bullet there, public-private partnerships. This is really where the innovation, I think, would potentially happen. Maybe we reach out to GOA or other entities like that to see if we could do some planting opportunities. So this last slide here, this is a scorecard. And boy, could you fight about where to put the X's on this scorecard for the county. So you've got right tree, right place, tree maintenance, tree replacement, tree tracking, tree funding, urban forest management plan, and tree staffing there. And I think that when I say that I think that the county is doing a pretty good job at all this, maybe a little decentralized, and that's really, I think this will give that focus now. When you look at those that are lagging, the two that are fair there, the right tree, right place, tree replacement, and others, I think that the urban forest management plan and better tree tracking, to the two that need improvement there, efforts in those will move the rest of the ones on that scale. Maybe not staffing, but our goal is to get them into the excelling line within a year or two. So just leaving that last slide there, that's the overall assessment of what the county is doing with trees actively and passively, and I wanted the board to understand that, to see kind of where we are, and that's it. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, obviously kudos to you for your steadfastness in wanting to enhance what we're doing with our sustainability efforts across the county. However, our staff is working, and you can see on the scorecard where we definitely need some improvement. Our staff is committed to working in those areas to kind of move the needle. We want to ultimately get to where the scorecard is in all areas. We're excelling, but that takes some commitment, that takes some integration across all departments and divisions in the efforts that we have, and as Alan pointed out, strengthening our relationships through public-private partnerships to make this a reality. So the goal today was to provide an update to the board. Staff will be, as they're working on this and working with all board members, they will come back with definitive plans of action to kind of ensure that we're moving the needle, where we have some transparency and accountability measures that will be put into place to make sure that we're keeping up with the direction that the board wants to go in. Commissioner Scott, I do recognize that you press your button, and then I'll come back to you,
Okay.
Commissioner
I was going to
Wilson.
say, I would love for you to go back to slide 12, just for us to sit on that one for a second, because I wanted to make sure. There was a lot of, we just got our PowerPoints. I just want to make sure, because this is the one that I think is.
I'll come back to
Thank
you,
you.
but I just want to make sure, Commissioner Scott, if he had a question on that slide that was up.
Not on that specific slide. Mayor, or correct me if I'm wrong, didn't EPD in either this 25, 26, so the 24, 25 year or 23, 24, didn't we add additional positions specifically in arborists in EPD, or am I wrong? And wasn't part of their duties, or at least part of their future duties, would be to address kind of our tree canopy across the county, or am I
Well, I know that we staffed up, when we passed the tree ordinance, we staffed up our arborists. We got 4 arborists there. As far as EPD, I'm not terribly sure, but that's where, that was really where our investment was when we approved that new ordinance, because we knew it was going to require more work.
And can I just also give a shout out to the arborist team that have been so engaged? We've had really some incredible educational opportunities, not just evaluation. And so they sign on to evaluate trees and be the tree doctors, tree, evaluators, but they really also end up helping us move the needle on what the overall community value is, and just shout out to them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess just the request, so as you start to shape this going forward, what I would like clarity on is, as additional duties and or a fiscal impact starts to become more apparent, where will that lie? Will that lie from a budget standpoint? Would it be, where would the funds come from? 1, 2, in terms of the actual work, would it be done in whole or in part by either the arborist staff or under the direction of an arborist through like a contractor? Because when you're talking about all the street coverage, you're gonna have to have somebody has to manage the day-to-day, and maybe it's a weekly or quarterly thing, but just logistically to be able to see, we have a quarterly report, we've added this many trees in these particular areas, just how that takes shape, and is that taking shape through a contractor or through our staff, or a combination of the two? Because that obviously you're not there to that point, but that's, as you start to bring it back, I want you to kind of delineate between the two. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Wilson, you want to go, or you want to?
No, I just wanted to make sure now that we had the slides in front of us. I just really want, this one to me feels like there's so much great information in this presentation. And I hope everybody gets a chance to kind of look back over it, and we will continue to have these conversations. I just am really grateful for what I believe are some of the metrics that we need to have in front of us when we make any decisions about these. Not, EPD is kind of the no-brainer place, right? We've got zoning that we know that we're working on, and I don't mean no-brainer, but that's what they do, is look at air quality and ecological systems. But seeing the touch in every single one of the divisions that was looked at and how they're now getting aligned is the part that I wanted to be a really big piece of this takeaway.
All right, understood. Commissioner Gomez Cordero, and then we'll go to Commissioner Moore.
Yes, I had a question. Because this have come lately to my office, how will this affect removal of trees in the right of way, especially like when residents ask for the trees to be removed that are damaging their driveways?
So I mentioned, I can't remember which exact slide it's on, but I talked about how Public Works, and I think Ed is sitting over there, or Brett might jump in here, but what they're doing is they are preparing some standard operating procedures that will guide them through a decision matrix, okay, of how to assess the tree. They've got arborists on staff. There are options for a secondary arborist, to look at the first assessment, things like that. Brett, do you want to add anything to that? But that's how they'll manage that, is through those standard operating procedures. It didn't exist before, but you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do get a lot of requests through our maintenance units. Many of those are, the trees are in very good health, so we turn down a lot of those requests. So a lot of them that come in through the maintenance units get turned down because the tree is healthy to begin with and there's no issues. It's someone's asking because they maybe not like the tree's dropping leaves on their property. So we do evaluate it. Sometimes we just flat out say no. If there's a question, we have an arborist that will evaluate it and give us a report. Sometimes the solution is just trimming the tree, trimming the canopy. Sometimes it does need to be removed for various reasons. But we have, especially in the last year or two, we've got a very strict process in our Roads and Drainage Division to evaluate those trees and make sure that if they are being removed, it is only because of the health of the tree, not out of a convenience, a request from a resident.
So not even if they are going into the ground and, breaking all the sidewalk and so, or that too?
We try our best to mitigate that, whether it's trim roots, rebuild the sidewalk, and that's part of some SOPs we're doing there. But there's some cases where they are causing such an infrastructure issue that they do have to be removed, but we always try to mitigate that first before we do that. So that is a challenge, certainly, because one of the things that Alan said, very true, right tree, right place. If a large oak tree was put in an area really close to the sidewalk, unfortunately, that probably wasn't the right tree in the right place. So that's something we continue to try to do.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes, thank you, Alan, for this work. You really hit on all the positives of trees, and I hope we'll be doing a lot of education. Clearly, keeping up with trees, maintenance costs eludes a lot of folks, and it becomes an issue during hurricanes. And then, I can tell a story in my old house where over the years they took out probably 35 large mature trees and never put any back, and that was upsetting to me as a neighbor. I think every time they took out 5, I planted 1. I ran out of space eventually. But nevertheless, I was seeing some issues, particularly in our low-income families, that they can't manage these large trees. And then we get calls to the office all the time about the laws of which way the tree is going to go when it falls. And, we have seniors. And so last year I negotiated a grant with one of the large private companies in town. And as hard as I worked on it, it only really took care of 4 families because tree removal is so expensive. So I hope that it's a very ambitious plan. It's needed. I'm all for it. But I just wanted to bring up the maintenance and helping the lower income folks, if we could think that through, because we're going to need some philanthropic efforts in that regard. There's nothing worse knowing your neighbor's tree is about to fall and there's a hurricane coming.
Correct.
So please think about that a little bit. And then the education should also be how close we plant them to our sidewalks, to our roadways. And the company who gets really upset with us is Duke, how many times people keep planting trees under their lines. So I just want to encourage you to add those kinds of issues to this so that it's a really well-balanced approach.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And I'd mentioned that we're putting in a CDBG DR disaster recovery request for funding to create a plan specifically for low to moderate income communities, so that we have essentially a 5-year project plan set out for that. So that's at least aimed towards that goal, I think, that you laid out.
I appreciate that, because that's probably the one need I've seen being here, that I don't have good solutions. I mean, I even went out with a chainsaw myself one time. I mean, there's just not a lot of options. I have a little, they all know I'll do this. I have a little, it looks like a sawzall chainsaw I've got, you know. But, I mean, other than that, it's been a challenge, so I appreciate your effort.
Thank you.
All right. Be careful with the chainsaw. All right. Commissioner Simrad and then Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Alan, my apologies. I was distracted during your presentation, and I trust it was fabulous. I just had one. I didn't hear a lot of your presentation, but I have asked several times in staff when we remove trees, because when we take them out along the sidewalks, we don't replant there, and I understand it's county policy, but it creates these long sidewalks without any shade, and it discourages people from walking, doing multimodal transportation, biking. So I hope that, Commissioner Wilson, thank you for bringing this to the board, that we could consider including some additional replanting just to encourage, using the sidewalks and the multimodal paths. It's hot, it's miserable,
Right.
to walk in those long stretches. And that was all. Thank you for all your work on
Thank
this.
Commissioner Scott?
Just a quick question, well, just a thought as you shape your presentation. I've received calls, quite a few of them, from a property owner. So in the Texas Ave Rio Grande area, there was a large oak tree, healthy oak tree, that was removed because there was an issue with drugs being sold in a shopping plaza. Since then, that gentleman has continued to reach out and make inquiries to have another tree, which would be located on the east side of the property, closer to the sidewalk, but on his property. And I'm reluctant to do so. I'm not a fan of just cutting down trees. I think the issue is more a property management issue from a security standpoint. So I know that he has engaged with the sheriff's office for that. I've driven by there quite a few times just to kind of observe. And what I've seen is they just kind of congregate. They play cards. I'm not sure that they sell drugs, but I guess what I want to take away from your future presentation is what, if any, process would be when a business owner or individual makes a request like that, because his basis is, oh, well, the previous commissioner, and they did it before. I'm not wanting to cut down the tree. There's nothing wrong with the tree, but I do understand he has a concern, and I feel like that concern should be addressed more from a security and property management standpoint, as opposed to just cutting down the tree to make the job easier for that property owner.
I think since then, I'm familiar with the first scenario you mentioned. I think since then, our new ordinance would require a permit for that tree to come out.
Okay.
And so we would have regulatory control over that to make the best decision, which probably is leaving the tree. But I can have Brooke back there either address it if you want to, or get in touch with you later to talk about.
No, Brooke, you want to be respectful of everybody's time. You can just circle back with me. I don't want to cut down the tree. So, but I would like his concerns to be addressed and to work.
There might be a difference now from the way the previous ordinance was written versus the current one that would make a difference in how we would look at that scenario.
He's very much aggressive in his efforts. He's had other people call me to make this happen, and I'm just not for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. A great conversation and dialogue on this. We look forward to having an update. Sometime in the near future, we'll work with county administration on and our commissioners on when we'll plan that update. So we are going to move forward now on our agenda for this morning. This is, I think, the final item on the agenda before we hopefully will have the opportunity to take a slight break before the afternoon session. And I'm going to ask Mr. Alberto Vargas, our manager from the Planning Division, to come forward. He's going to be providing an update on the fiscal sustainability analysis tool. And with that, you are recognized, Mr. Vargas.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is a BCC discussion item. I have 5 different segments as part of this presentation. The timeline, I'll just quickly go through the chronology of events that led us to today. I will follow up with the comprehensive plan policy and its evolution within the character of references within the comprehensive plan and the charter. And then I'll quickly turn it over to Mr. Joe Minicosi, who is with us present today. He's the president of Urban 3, our consultant, and the developers of the tool. He's going to go into the details of methodology and applicability. Looking forward to that segment. Application of the fiscal tool, I will close with that as to what you should expect moving forward once the tool is adopted, and I'll close with the summary as well. So going back about 16 years, 2009, when the comprehensive plan, as we know it, Destination 2030, was adopted, there is a policy in there, FLU 128, which is very specific about having in place and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners this specific fiscal sustainability analysis tool. In February of 2021, there was a cleanup of the comprehensive plan language. That specific original policy brought with it a year when the tool was about to be adopted, 2016. That was removed in 2021 when, for many different reasons, that particular application did not take place. This is what the board cleaned up in 2021. This is the language in Destination 2030, the current comprehensive plan that's effective today. And it is in the future land use element, policy 128, and it reads as follows, just as a quick reference here. Orange County will develop the fiscal sustainability analysis tool, and in addition, the county will include policies to support fiscal sustainable development patterns in the future land use and capital improvement elements. The methodology and policies will further the county's effort to evaluate the impacts of any proposed urban service area expansion, as well as the impact of proposed developments within rural settlements and in the rural service area on the county's capacity to efficiently provide and maintain infrastructure and services. So this particular language changed slightly, and I'll go over those changes with the charter. As we moved on in time, in 2023, Vision 2050 was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, and in the first chapter of the comprehensive plan, land use, mobility, and neighborhoods, with the policy 1311, that's when it includes this fiscal sustainability tool adjusted. This is when it was actually transmitted in 2023. I apologize for that reference. 2023 it was transmitted. It carried the language as raw as it was back then. It was further cleaned up later after the Charter Review Commission considered the amendment requiring the tool. And this is in 2024 when the CRC began to be very specific about the language being introduced and reintroduced the date as to when the tool should be adopted, and that date is October of this year, so starting tomorrow for the duration of the October month. Briefings started to be part of that update and how we were preparing to better understand what took place in November of 2024, which was the Fiscal Sustainability Charter Amendment, which passed with a language that is very specific, as identified on the screen here in Section 507, the Fiscal Sustainability Tool. And it says that this is where the date was reintroduced of no later than October of 2025, that the county shall adopt the Fiscal Sustainability Analysis and Methodology process, no longer a tool, but an analysis and methodology process, and we'll dive into that today a little bit, to enable the county's evaluation of the impacts of proposed same type of applications. If anyone is expanding the urban service area, if there are any developments within rural settlements or any developments outside the urban service area, but within the rural service area. And it also introduces the language that it says that the county may amend the methodology and process after the adoption of the tool. So this is what the charter says. When Vision 2050 was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in June 2025, in the same Chapter 1 of the comprehensive plan, we have this particular policy, the Land Use, Mobility, and Neighborhood 1311, that is very consistent with the language in the charter. As a matter of fact, it's very, it makes reference at the very beginning in Section 507 of the county charter, and then the language is very specific to what I just read in the previous slide. Then we're here today on the 30th presenting to you this discussion item, and we're preparing for the next steps moving forward in October. The contract with Urban 3 continues to do a drive test after the adoption of the fiscal sustainability methodology and process. When you do take action later in October, and they will take all the way through March of next year to bring any necessary calibration or adjustments that needs to happen. Urban 3, as I mentioned before, commissioners and mayor are here today, represented by Joe Minicosi. They help cities and communities to make policy decisions and planning decisions when it relates to land uses within the jurisdictions based on the economics of how land is used, taxed, and developed within those particular areas. They use a very specific value per acre methodology to compare the developments of varying different sizes, revealing the physical efficiency of various places and development patterns that take place within those areas. And they create, as you will see later on today, very unique models that help visualize the financial implications of land use and infrastructure decisions that are part of different applications. They are nationally recognized. They have studied and analyzed more than $2 trillion in real estate in terms of modeling with similar type of tools. They have also done this in over 170 different jurisdictions and just over 35 states, and they've been internationally recognized in terms of application for similar type of tools in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Joe Minicosi, who's going to dive into the methodology and character of the tool. Joe?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I know that I'm standing between lunch and you all right now, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. And it's highly nerdy stuff. I speak in pictures when I talk about cities. I know that there's a lot of detail here, but I want to maybe give you an overview. If there's one thing I can do to talk about, give you any example, I want to put this up front. Cities and counties have a form of a DNA, the way that I have a DNA. So if you want to see how I started my life, this is when I had hair. When I was 3 months old. I'm actually got a barrette in that picture, which is kind of embarrassing. But this is my trajectory. I'm going to be my grandfather whether I like it or not. There's not a lot I can do to change that, or more importantly, again, when I had hair, that's my dad. I'm Italian. You can see that in my name. You'll see it on how I wave my hands around when I talk. It's who I am. I've got all of those genes in me. You all have this. When the older we get, the more we see our parents come into us, and it's kind of a little scary, but it happens. But being Italian, I've got habits, I've got DNA, but I also have a genetic predisposition to heart disease. That's part of my family. My dad had a 7 bypass heart surgery. What do you call that, a septuple? You know, I know that's baked into my DNA. So I have to do things to balance that. I like to eat pizza. Last night I had a salad to balance it out, right? You're going to be making decisions going forward. We're giving you a tool to make decisions. Not everything is going to be perfect, but such is life. You want to count your strikes in your balls in baseball, right? You want to see these things and keep score along the way. So I'm going to dump a bunch of information, I apologize, but I want you to know this metaphor, that as you age and as your community ages, you're going to be doing the same thing, just keeping things in balance, all right? So why you're doing this is you're incorporated. So the cities are incorporated, the county, Orange County is incorporated, your state of Florida is incorporated, and so is our country. The United States is the largest corporation in the world. So you're you're a board of directors for a $277 billion corporation called Orange County. You're essentially $250 billion worth of tax value. So when you're at a cocktail party, do you mention that to your friends, that that's what you are? You're the board of directors for that. So you have to understand the production of your community, of your land, of how it works. When you talk to farmers, they all talk in economic terms. What's the crop yield per acre, the labor per acre, all of that. I worked for a real estate development company that did this building, so we turned this old JCPenney's building into a mixed-use building with retail at the ground floor, office on the second floor, and residential above it. We did this because the city invested in the streetscape. So thank you, city, for the garbage can, the bike rack, 2 benches, and a street tree. You made a commitment to that public realm. We fixed that building and took the taxable value from $300,000 to $11 million. So what the community saw on that asset was a 3,500% increase in taxes, right? That's 3,500% more money coming out of that building than what was there before. So that's a really good improvement of value. Do you have a 401k plan that grows by 3,500%? Wouldn't you like that? People in town, this is Asheville, by the way, accused us of being subsidized because we didn't pay for that sidewalk. Also, that our building is only $11 million and this Walmart is $20 million. So that Walmart is double the value, right? If you just look at the surface of that. That's not really a fair way of looking at it because it consumed 34 acres of our farm called Asheville to make that Walmart versus our 0.2 acres. So if you're just looking at gross real estate value, you're missing the point of production. You're only seeing the totals and not understanding apples to apples. So per acre, we're producing 100 times more property taxes than that Walmart, double the sales taxes, obviously a lot more residents and more jobs. So when we show this in our community, we wanted them to understand in an apples to apples way what's better for our community, the blue side or the red side on this from a production standpoint. Conversely, as a real estate developer, why would I do the thing on the right when I can give you the thing on the left and consume more of your services, pay you less taxes? And again, this isn't to fault a Walmart. This is to understand, don't hate the player, hate the game. You need to understand the game and how it operates in order to make these financial decisions. So I want you to realize, I just breezed through this. This is not complex math that I'm doing here. It's 5th grade division. Or think of it another way. When we talk about cars, could you imagine if I said my Ford F-150 gets 650 miles per tank? You'd immediately laugh at me. You're like, Joe, all tanks are different sizes. We don't say miles per tank. We say miles per gallon. That's how we compare vehicles. And we should all be driving BMW Asettas at 70 miles per gallon. Sorry to the Prius owners, but 1955 technology is more efficient. It's also way more dangerous. If you have a head-on collision in that thing, you are stuck. That's the only door. Anyway, it's a joke. I want you to see that because I want you to realize that we kind of get caught up in talking about economics without understanding relative comparison. So from our firm's perspective, if I can show you your brain, if I can do a CAT scan of your head and show you what's going on with your brainstem activity in blue and your creative thought process in your brain is the green stuff, can I do an economic MRI of your place? So this is my county. Asheville, this Buncombe County. By the way, I made this when I was on our state of the down. I was on the downtown. I was the executive director for the Downtown Association, and one of our state representatives called our city a cesspool of sin, which was kind of great. And I presented this model. This is my county, 460 square miles. This is Mount Mitchell, so it's non-taxable. It's gray. Doesn't pay me taxes. I don't care about it. It's just a big park, right? Low value is in green. High value is in purple. This is the Biltmore estate. That big purple splotch is worth $100 million. I know y'all don't have a $100 million house here, but you also don't have a house that's 180,000 square foot in area sitting on 8,000 acres of land. So this is like having the biggest gas tank, right? When the Cecil family shows up at one of our council meetings, we all genuflect and thank them for their time. They're very powerful people. They're the Vanderbilts, right? But it's not fair to look at that property and say that's the best way of looking at it. So rather than total value, here's value per acre, so the map just changes. And why stop here? Let me show it to you in 3D. So can you tell me where downtown Asheville is? And so the chair of our county commission said, well, it's that big purple mountain. I said, yes, that's where you're getting all of your tax revenue. So if we're all paying the same county millage rate across this whole entire model, Where's the money coming from? And this isn't to throw shade at the Biltmore folks. This is just to understand the productivity of our city and our county. You can also see Black Mountain, which is a village of 13,000 people. You could see its little main street popping up right there. And it's the tallest building there is like 3 stories tall. So think of this way. It's just a big bar chart that's just spread across an entire map. And the taller bars are more potent than the lower bars. So for y'all, coming down to Florida, we have to first get into your tax system, which is a little different. These are all the different taxes across the country. Y'all are right in the middle there. Blue is property tax. The orange stuff or yellow, the gold stuff is sort of sales tax. So you're mostly property tax. And then the dark blue stuff is intergovernment transfers, things that come from the state, stuff like that. If you're in Ohio, they actually have an income tax at a local level, so that would be in this dark bar here. But that's how y'all operate. Now, what's different, however, our taxes in North Carolina, the market value is the tax value. You have several quirks. But first, for your tax dollar, this is what happens in the unincorporated county. For a resident, this is how their tax bill is broken up. 28 cents of that tax dollar comes to you all. This is the schools. Public schools get actually both of these 20 cents, so about 40 cents. You have the fire is about 18 cents, library is 2 cents. The unincorporated taxing district is 11 cents, and this is the St. John's Water Management District. So that's how the tax bill breaks up. Obviously, the school dollars are going to be separated when we look at the model. It's going to be the physical stuff that 28 cents goes into for the model. You have exemptions and a cap, and also homesteading. We don't have any of that in North Carolina. Also, just so y'all know, I was actually living in Florida and voted for the Save Our Homes Amendment when I lived here, and I was a renter. Dumb. I shouldn't have done it, but it just seemed like cool thing to do. Sorry, I apologize to all of y'all, because now you're living with it. So when you look at the assessed values of a commercial property, let's just take a $200,000 commercial property and $200,000 residential homestead. Oh, by the way, as a renter, I can't take part of the Save Our Homes Amendment, can I? So I'm taxed like a commercial product as a renter, which is kind of unfair. But I did it to myself by voting for it. So anyway. You get a homestead exemption of $50,000 off the top, which is great. Commercial gets nothing on the homestead exemption. You only remove $25,000 in the school district tax bill. But this is what the taxable value boils down to is a haircut, and then here's the county's tax rate. So when it comes out the back end, you see that you pay less for residential homestead than you do commercial. And again, this was a voter-driven initiative. It gets worse. Y'all did the cap, an assessment cap. You're not alone in this. It actually started in California and sort of spread across the country to various states. Save Our Homes was in 95. Georgia they just did one last year at a 3% assessment cap. So basically, commercial can accelerate up to 10% and then stop. That's where its cap is. Its cap is 3 times that of residential, which is kind of interesting. Residential is 3% or CPI, which is interest rate or inflation. So it's whatever is lower of the two. So this is what's been going on with the Consumer Price Index and Save Our Homes here in your county. So the orange is your cap. The Consumer Price Index is the blue. So as Consumer Price Index started peeling up to about 7% in 2024, what ended up happening is you see this gap open up. Here's the irony. It's good for you as a homeowner that's residentially capped, right? That you're paying 3% while the market's gone to 7%, right? That feels good. What happens to y'all's budget? Does that sheriff's car, does the carpeting in here, does it follow the same cap? No. The price of asphalt? You're paying the price of inflation, but your revenues are throttled backwards. So the kind of the perverse incentive in Florida is you essentially have to have more people move in, add more people to your community, which increases costs to catch up to that loss that you're experiencing with the tax cap. So a lot of this is just civic education, just being aware of that's the constraint for y'all on your budgeting. But it's statewide. So this is your taxable value. This is your market or just value. So notice that gap that happens between what's going on in the marketplace versus what you're actually taxing at. And you can see it kind of, it parallels, but you can see where inflation actually pulls it apart, if that makes sense. So that's kind of just baked into your system. It's something that you're stuck with until there's a change at the state level. And it is about a 34% gap between where the market is versus what you're taxing at. So you're essentially carrying a business that's 34% larger than your revenue stream can garner from it. Does that make sense? When you look at statewide, you're looking at a $2 trillion difference between the two and a 38% difference. So you're not as bad as the entire state, but it's pretty bad. Sorry, this is y'all tracking the state of Florida as the top line and Orange County is the bottom line. So you do get close to the state performance, but the state is accelerating right now further past you. Again, this is a problem throughout your entire 67 counties in your state. This is something that everybody's got to deal with, but this is the reality of the math and how you operate. So back to your county, this is just doing the map as a total value, or think miles per tank, if you will. You see these large parcels, super, super valuable, Disney over here, but they're valuable because they're large. So rather than total value, let's do value per acre. So you're seeing potency. This is the shift in the model. Here it is in 3D. So countywide, this is your economic landscape, if you will, of how you operate. You can see downtown Orlando in the center here is the biggest purple mountain, downtown Winter Park. But you also see some satellites. You see Lake Nona down here, University Park, Avalon Park, and Winter Garden over here. You can see its little downtown popping up. And again, you all know Winter Garden. It's no metropolis. It's a little village, and it's still popping up with its little purple mountains. So just to go through some examples, your average Walmart is about $900,000 an acre. So your Grand Lakes Resorts is $1.4 million an acre. Your industrial warehousing is more potent than a Walmart at $1.5 million an acre. Orlando Premium Outlets is at $4 million an acre, or let's call it 5 times a Walmart, about 4.5 times a Walmart. Now stepping it up to more intense buildings, now we're at $9.4 million an acre for Baldwin Park mixed use. Avalon Park is Parkside at Avalon Park's coming in at $17 million, and obviously towers downtown at about $75 million an acre. Tall buildings, dense, it's going to be potent. So just to take Baldwin Park for a second, and you may say, well, Joe, that's Winter Park, that's hoity-toity there. And it is. There's some highly potent buildings there, but I want you to take away this lesson. These are not tall buildings. They're 1- and 2-story buildings pulling $14 to $20 million an acre. And what's even more interesting is let's just kind of flip the script and go over to Winter Garden. So here's a building that's been around since horse technology and the Model T. And that building is pulling $8.7 million an acre. Let's call it $9 million an acre, which is almost as close as Baldwin Park. So you're going to find examples like this sprinkled throughout the entire county that are lessons. Again, back to that genetic material. They weren't making these choices with an Excel spreadsheet back when they built these buildings in Winter Garden, but they created value that's here with you for almost 100 years, right? It's producing that potency because they were trying to be efficient with their infrastructure. Their connection between that road cost and the buildings, they thought about it because they had to pay for it. By the way, we couldn't help, but this guy was really excited about being on Google for some reason. But anyway, so this is kind of a little nerdy and complex, but this is one of the things to maybe take away is what's the potency of land use to its punch in your pocketbook from a tax production standpoint. So how do you look at the taxable acres to the value to the county? So what's the value divided by the land consumption or the physical footprint? So we like to see like a downtown Orlando as a sharehold of the city of Orlando should be like a 1-to-6 ratio of productivity. You want to see some punch financially. When you look at the taxable acres of the unincorporated area to the incorporated area, that your incorporated cousins, if you will, take up about 30% of the county. You have about 71% of the county as unincorporated area. When you look at the value of the county, only 55% of your value is in the unincorporated area. Most of your value is in the incorporated area. Does that make sense? So pound for pound, dollar for dollar, you're getting your value out of those incorporated areas, and less so you're going backward financially. So think of it this way. You've got 29% of your pizza, I'm Italian, sorry, I keep on using these analogies, is in the incorporated areas. Or another way, from a financial perspective, the majority of your quarter is coming out of that for only having a quarter of your pizza. Does that make sense? So taking a look at this is it in 3D. 29% of your taxable areas are in the incorporated. You're getting 45% of the value out of it. And you can kind of see it just in the bar charts, ghosted in the background. Those aren't part of the areas that you control, but you're still getting taxes out of it. So that's like a 1 to less than 1 ratio of productivity. This isn't to throw shade at all of your development patterns, but just to be aware of this as a measurement. Cutting off the east side, because we're just like, look, most of that is wetland or should be protected or maintained in open space because of its sensitivity. Just cutting that off, it does skew you a little bit better from a ratio of productivity, but not by much. So that's a lot of land that's really not that productive because of its geography. When you look at your different places within your community, Winter Park's like a 1 to 3 ratio of productivity. Apopka is about 1 to less than 1, 1 to 0.6. Windmere's doing better, and Belle Isle's doing the best out of the 3 that are here. And you can see just in the shading that you're getting more density here, more reds and yellows. This is mostly green up here from a value standpoint, which is a lower value productivity. When you look at the downtowns, you start to see this separate sizably. Avalon Park Downtown Center is a 1 to 5 ratio. Downtown Orlando is 1 to 11. But even Winter Garden is a 1 to 5. So it's not a lot of buildings, but it's that density and that use of the land that's making it productive. And Lake Nona is killing it at 1 to 3. So these are just the ratios as a bar chart. I'm not going to go through all of these. Obviously, we know downtown Orlando is productive. I get it. But these smaller cities are also, you can see, you can take away some lessons from them as well. In doing this math, actually sitting in one of your sessions and listening to your population, we pulled the data on Orlando and its growth. So here's Orlando, here's all of the other municipalities in Orange County, and then this is the unincorporated area. It's kind of wild looking backward at your unincorporated area and seeing how much your population shifted since the year 2000. You've had a tremendous, and you've experienced this, you've had a tremendous amount of growth in your unincorporated area. But what's kind of a little mind-blowing for me is if you just look at Orlando for a second and say, okay, here's Orlando in the year 2000. So from the year 2000 to today in your unincorporated area, you've effectively added 5 Orlandos worth of population into your unincorporated area. Did you build an Orlando out there? No. And again, these are choices, and just to be fair to your predecessors, no one was talking about this back in the year 2000 about how many people are we adding here, what are we building, how's that going? Now maybe Orlando's a little scary. Let's take a step back to Winter Garden. You could have done 19 Winter Gardens out there. So why? And it's not that you don't have that. You have all of the ingredients. You have retail, you have housing, you have all of that. It's just not assembled in a way that's got that potency. So when I look at your model, to me this is like a doctor looking at a CAT scan. I want to see more of those purple spikes popping up for those places. You could make a town center. This isn't to say that it's got to be a downtown like Orlando, but if you had other downtowns like Winter Garden, think of downtown Orlando as your sun, and you have moons and planets orbiting outside. So you should have town centers all out there. You could have had 19 of them out in your regional area. As you move forward from a planning perspective and you talk with your planning department, think about those nodes and that planning aspect of building that potency out there. And again, it's not to say that there's going to be a downtown Orlando worth of density. It's just a Winter Garden or something like that. So when you think of this, we had to speak your language and speak Disney. When you think of what a city is, it's got ingredients like Mr. Potato Head, right? It's got a town even. Like Winter Garden has a downtown. It has schools. It has parks. It has housing. It has industrial, infrastructure, retail. It has all of those ingredients. When you look out at the unincorporated area, you have the same ingredients. It's just kind of a little mixed up. So this is going to be you're going to see the financial results of this, but we need to understand the land use. I'm just going to blow through the land use of this because this is how you use your land. And there's going to be a roll-up on this. But this is all of your zoning, and let's just kind of look at it as a square. So this is breaking down your land consumption. You've got a lot of single-family housing at 16%, but you also have a lot of institutional and other land, a lot of wetlands, airport. That takes up a lot of land. But single-family is a really big footprint. When you look at this is the unincorporated area, taking the cities out, single-family is still large at 16%. When you look at it financially, however, the market value of single-family is exceptionally large at about $84 billion worth of value. Vacant is not that valuable because it doesn't have buildings on it. So there they are. Let's look at multifamily, missing middle, and single-family, and let's look at how they stack up. So from a square miles standpoint, mobile homes are about, from a value standpoint to area, it goes backward to about a 0.7 ratio. When you look at single family, it actually increases in value, 3.6 times its footprint is a ratio. When you look at multifamily, however, and again, you're looking at the boxes, they don't seem that big. When you do the math on the numbers, multifamily is a factor of 7, and missing middle is a factor of 7.7. So you're actually gaining more value out of that multifamily and the missing middle than you do single family. It grows at a higher production. There's a lot of folks sometimes have a bias that higher density housing is lower value and lower production, but your numbers show that they aren't. So here's what you're looking at. Okay, this is something that's a little quirky, sales tax. We went ahead and ran. Is this all too nerdy for you all? Is this good? Okay. It's cool that we can get your sales tax. We can get partial sales tax in Florida. It's absolutely illegal for me to have access to sales tax in North Carolina. Thank you, North Carolina. Sorry, that's my dig. I had to do that. Here's your cash flow. It's called a Sankey chart, where your money comes in, where it goes, and how it flows out. So this is just a simple chart. Property taxes are things that we can put on a map. Your sales taxes are a tiny portion of your revenue. And we made our best effort to kind of put those on a map for you all. So here's your sales tax production, and here it is as a production per acre. You're getting a lot of sales taxes out of downtown, but you all know your county. These are all your commercial spines. You can kind of see them in the model. And here's your property tax, and let's stack your sales tax on top of it. What's interesting to note is your higher density areas. If you look at Lake Nona down here, you're getting a huge lift in property taxes, and then the sales taxes on top of it is an icing on the cake. When you look at your suburban commercial corridors, it's all sales tax and no property tax because that Walmart's only $900,000 an acre. The box is really cheap, basically. And again, that's a factor of the architecture. So that density you're getting out of the downtowns comes from the architecture value plus the sales tax. So here it is side by side, International Drive versus Winter Garden downtown. So this is the land consumed of the two. Here's the total tax revenue. So you're getting, if you look at it in gross, you're getting 4 times the taxes out of International Drive versus a block in downtown Winter Garden, right? But per acre, you're getting more sales tax, almost double, out of Winter Garden versus International Drive. You're also getting a heck of a lot more property taxes. So again, always get to that next level of what's the apples to apples comparison. Okay, your infrastructure. This actually relates to this tree thing. Here's your state. Adam Carr, who is our chief analyst on this project, he's 3rd generation Floridian, grew up in Gainesville. His family's a very prominent environmental family. He made this model because of what the state is. We're mountain people up in Asheville. And I'm like, I need to see Florida as a mountain range. So Adam stretched your state out like an accordion to show you that there's ridges and valleys. It may look like a flat state, but it's not. Does that make sense? So we stretched it out like an accordion so you could see that. This is your water system flowing through the state and where it goes. This is a Category 5 storm surge, or also the climate change that you all are going to be experiencing as a state. So definitely the edges of the state are at risk and people in Dade County, they experienced this in the King Tide. But what's kind of wild, look at the west side of Miami. It's actually going to come in from the Everglades and take out Dade County. But this is the reality that you all have to deal with. There's an in-migration happening statewide all along that spine from down in Winter Haven all the way up to y'all of folks moving inward onto the highland. And you have sort of a mix in your county. So here's your county, here's your topo. And you can kind of see just in the satellite imagery, there's sort of a ridge right here going through. Now there's somebody hit it with a shotgun. There's like potholes through there. But when you take this and stretch this out, check this out. Look what happens on the east side and how far that sinks. So we built this because we had to do the whole entire county as a model, and it's not equal across your county. It's tilted. And we have to build that stormwater infrastructure in. So, your stormwater, your trees are saving you $10.9 million in stormwater, right? Think about that. They're sucking that water out of the system and paying you so that you don't have to put it into a pipe. But we're going to put those pipes into the model and run them through the system. So again, we're taking your roads, your water utilities, solid water. Just for the audience at home, so you all know this, one of my big beefs about municipal financing is you list your roads and pipes as assets. So they're a liability. Yeah, this is my computer, my van, my office. Those are assets. Why is a road in your water infrastructure an asset? It's not. It's a liability. If I'm a developer and I give it to you, I build the road and give it to you, it's a future liability forever. You can't sell your roads to Polk County, right? They're yours. So they have a life cycle. So this model, what we do is we look at the whole life cycle. When that infrastructure happens, how much do you have, how long does it last, and when do you replace it? And that's what we're looking at for your capital reserve for all that infrastructure. You own $29 billion worth of stuff that's in this model. So these are all your roads and when they were built. So these roads that were built in 1970 get rebuilt in the 2020s. So you're currently going through a rebuild for some of your roads. It's going to get uglier in 2030. Sorry, but that's the roads that you own. They will come back for a second rebuild and a third rebuild. So every municipality, every city that we deal with has the same problem baked in, and we all experienced this growth post-World War II without thinking through the long-term effects. And this is the reality of every American city, and you're sitting right here. So going forward is not going to be easy, and it's good that you're adopting these tools now. So this is what you've planned for and budgeted this decade. The next decade is going to get bigger. So just there's a lesson here, roads last forever. Sorry, that's a joke. I have to use it. So here's what you own of your systems. I don't like showing maps like this, so we put it in this kind of a map. You have enough stormwater to get you to Minneapolis if you put it end to end. You have enough sewer pipe to get you to Medora, North Dakota. You have enough water pipe to get you to Missoula. And you have enough roads to get you to Vancouver. So as citizens complain that they don't want to pay taxes, which that's as American as apple pie, somebody's got to repave that road every 50 years. That's the reality of what you have to do, and that's the fiscal calculus that you cannot escape. You own that, right? So roads last to infinity and beyond. Again, we couldn't resist the Disney jokes, but so here's your capital system. What you have in the system is in green, and what you're currently paying in stormwater, water, and roads. This is what you should be paying. You're a little bit of a shortfall in each of these categories, or another way of looking at it, you have a deficit of about $208 million in your system currently today, which results in deferred maintenance or other aspects. This actually isn't that bad. We've seen worse, although $200 million is a lot of money. So here's your money in the ground, coming out of the ground. Here's your costs in the ground, so let's shove them in the ground and put the money on top of it. This is the model that we built for you that you can use to put the blocks in. This is the side view of the model if it were floating in a lake. And we could look at Avalon Park and see the money coming out of the ground, the cost for Avalon Park to be out there. This is the net position. When I say net position, it's your revenue less your cost. So what's in the black is net positive. What's in the red is net negative. Here it is in 3D. Now, there's different ways of looking at your county. This is the full county, and we'll look at an example. This is Avalon Park side by side with Waterford Lakes, and this is the difference between the two. Now, obviously, you've got that density in Avalon Park, so it's going to be more production. There's more stuff on less infrastructure, basically. This is removing the municipalities. You can see that the cost changes, and then this is removing out the, when I say break-even parcels, it's sort of like the wetlands and agriculture. They might be a little negative, but they're not grossly negative. That soybean doesn't call the sheriff. You know, it's just you're not having a lot of services out there in the agricultural area. So this is the net position for each of these different typologies. From general commercial is the most productive for you at high density. When you look at just regular office, it's a little bit productive. When you get into your residential, single family predominantly is the most expensive for your county. And again, you're not unique in this. This is pretty much what's been baked into every tax system, and particularly bad when you have your Save Our Homes Amendment, makes it even worse. So this model is something to just look at, knowing where your leaks are, and then here's how it's going to work for you. You've got development proposals. There's stats that come in with those proposals and how it operates, and we've basically created this kind of scorecard. You're going to have the model, but then the scorecard is going to have the nutritional facts of the project and then how it pencils out, where the money comes in for that project, and then it'll also produce what the costs are in your net position. So in this scenario, an example that we used, it's a net positive of $807,000 an acre for that project type. You're not going to have every project come in at this level. Some projects may be positive, some less positive, and some may be negative. That's fine. As I said earlier, I'm going to eat a pizza every once in a while. That's cool. I just can't eat pizza every single day for 10 years. You know, I'll drop over with a heart attack. So this is just helping you see that and make decisions going forward. And so now what do? One is know your intake, understand the stats. If we can see nutritional facts on my potato chips, I should be able to see them on my development patterns. Know your cost and consequences. Every road that you take in is going to add to the problem. You want to try to find a way to utilize the infrastructure that you've already got. So prioritize infill and other things where you've already invested. This is all about keeping score. It just know your balls and your strikes. Some are going to be good, some are going to be less good, but use this model as a device in concert with your planning purposes. You already have a lot of those tools in your documents. And thicken up on existing infrastructure. Find opportunities to grow up your cores. And that's my whole presentation. Thank you.
All right. Excellent presentation. You know, I can tell you that recently, and we're still going through it, you know, the Department of Government Efficiency review by the state of Florida, and, you know, the CFO announced before he ever completed this audit that Orange County could reduce its taxes and had overtaxed its taxpayers by 190+ million. He rounded it at $200 million. But you know, clearly in your presentation here, everything's about context, because the CFO had no context about which he was making his statements. But what you have done here is you've taken into context the revenues versus the expenses and some of the threats and opportunities that we have as a result of growth. And you've articulated fairly well here that really when you take it all in, we have a net negative position as a county, which means, and my understanding, while we may look like we're a wealthy county and we're flush with money, in order to adequately address all of the issues that we are experiencing as a county, we really don't have enough money based upon the total taxes that are taken in, whether they be ad valorem, sales tax, derivatives, or other types of funds that we're bringing in. And that's kind of what we say to our public. There is not a Board of County Commission meeting where during our public comment, someone doesn't come here and articulate a need in our community. And whenever they identify a problem, oftentimes they don't come with a solution to it or a financial solution, how we're going to pay for it. But that's what our board, in consultation with our only countywide elected auditor, the comptroller here at the end, that we get to wrestle with these decisions trying to figure out how we're going to make it work financially. And so, I think that we'll spend some time, I'll follow up with you afterwards with our staff, because there are some points that you may hear that would be relevant in our conversation and discussions with the CFO and other state officials. And when we're able to articulate our position very succinctly with facts and not emotion, then hopefully our public understands better the position where we are. So you told a story, about a lot of things here about who you are and your background and perspective on what's happening in unincorporated areas versus what's happening in incorporated areas and how the dynamics are playing itself out there. And so that's a fair conversation. I think that those are fair analyses that you have done versus someone who really didn't care about a fair analysis but cared more about a political analysis, okay? They had a political agenda. So I'm going to follow up with you and our staff so that we can respond appropriately to criticisms and to our community. Our residents deserve to know the facts. They deserve to know the truth about it, and it's up to us to help communicate that to our public. So thank you very much for kind of being spot on intuitively and looking at our financial models. We understand what you just said. Perhaps our team here, we have a great team of fiscal people who understand the dynamics of what we're dealing with. So all across the state of Florida, you also pointed out there's a negative position for the state of Florida. And if I were the CFO, I'd be, balancing out the conversation when we start talking about property tax reform. All of that's great, but there are some consequences of eliminating property taxes and eliminating, reducing taxation in other ways. But if we reduce property taxes, that balloon squeezes more tightly, and at some point there's going to be like silly putty. When you squeeze it, it starts oozing out. It's going to ooze out in some other areas that will manifest itself in service demand or criticism when we are no longer providing, either as a state or as a local government, the services that our citizens demand and deserve. So those are my comments to you. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Wilson.
If I may,
yes.
And I know there's plenty of time for questions for Joe and others. Alberto has a half dozen or so slides left.
Alberto.
Beyond the model itself and the tool, which I know the board's obviously very interested in, Alberto's going to connect it back to the charter and what you'll see with respect to land development applications moving forward. So it may be beneficial.
All right, Alberto, you're standing between lunch and this afternoon.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
I hear you loud and clear, Mayor, and it's a very tough act to follow as well. Very quickly here, I think that this is representative of the methodology that you have experienced by Joe's presentation, how we're going to take the model itself and begin to receive applications that are applicable and consistent with the policies and process them with the comparison of the revenues and the costs associated with the specific development program. And then we will eventually be able to share with you whether or not that particular proposal is net positive in fiscal impact or net negative in fiscal impact. This is how we would generally process an application. Comes in, staff reviews, finds it sufficient. If it does not meet the policy in the comprehensive plan, then we continue to develop staff comments, and the report is generated, and it then eventually comes for a board action, whether it is as a recommendation or an action in the future for you. If it does come with criteria, and the criteria is met, a specific application, then the fiscal analysis is conducted along with the staff comments. The report itself will be part of the staff report for an application, and then it will come back again with the different perspectives of the action, whether it would be on consent or whether or it would be a specific public hearing, or whether it would be a recommendation from planning and zoning. The fiscal sustainability analysis tool would generate the fiscal addendum to the policy itself as required. The findings of the report will be shared with the local planning agency, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Board of County Commissioners to help inform the decisions. This will be very specific to comprehensive plan amendments and rezonings that come our way. The staff report will be generated. In the staff report, there is an analysis table that I'm highlighting here, and then we're adding the components that would trigger applicability of the tool itself, and those are what you're already familiar with, whether it's in a rural settlement, expansion of the urban service area, or in the rural service area. And then the fiscal analysis report will be part of an actual staff report if it's triggered. In terms of the resolution, Mayor and Commissioners, this is just a quick snapshot. The resolution will be the adoption of the fiscal analysis methodology and process to evaluate the impacts of developments that would trigger the expansion of the urban service area, rural settlements, development within the rural settlements, or development within the rural service area. It has, the first section will be the authority that establishes the resolution. The second section will be the methodology and process identified in Exhibit A, which is a companion to the resolution itself, requiring the mapping of the revenues and cost and by the land uses, and the incorporation of the applicant's provided data, which is the development program. And we will continue to update annually the cost variables associated to the structure of the methodology. Section 3 is applicability, and this is only to say that it would be consistent with the character and the language of the charter, as well as the policies in the comprehensive plan. And then an amendment, Section 4, it allows the methodology and process to be amended in line with the county's comprehensive plan and charter. And then the effective date will be when it comes back to you for adoption of the resolution. This is the Exhibit A, which would represent the methodology, the outputs or the scorecard associated with the analysis itself, and then the process will be clearly identified also as part of that Exhibit A. So the county, in summary, the county contracted with Urban 3 to develop the fiscal sustainability tool consistent with the charter and the comprehensive plan. Urban 3 has, as you have just heard, recommended the model that considers taxable value per acre and public infrastructure and services cost to evaluate future growth. Fiscal sustainability analysis will be conducted for the 3 areas of analysis as consistent with the charter and the policies. And the resolution will adopt the methodology and the process. That will be brought back to you as part of a consent agenda item in the very next month. It could be the first or second public hearing of the BCC as part of consent agenda. So we don't have a specific date yet. But those are the summary points of the presentation, Mayor. We're here to answer any questions on commissioners.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, followed by Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Wilson, and then Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very visual, so I loved it. All 3D and everything, I love it. So I just have, I have several questions, but one was already answered. I have this question. Will the public be able to access the tool or at least the methodology so they can replicate it?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to, there's one of the charts that was just shown is going to have the methodology report analysis to it. A lot of this is making sure that we have the proper data. You know, obviously, if a neighborhood has a lift station, we want to know that it's kind of in that neighborhood of pipes because that's a cost that's fixed. Mm-hmm. So making sure all of that stuff is there, there's not a lot of guessing. It's kind of like, is the road there? The road's there. The road's got a cost. What's the state of repair that road is in? Is it in its early life or later life? You know, so it's all physical on a map. Does that make sense?
Awesome. Yes. Thank you. And then my other question is, has any analysis been done on previously approved projects to see if they match real-world data?
We haven't done any of that. I think that we could probably test some and run some through. We ran Avalon Park through because we had its data in the map. But if you have specific locations to look at, let us know. You know, also that, you know, don't consider that output is its final. Is that the best way that you want to see the data? Is that bar chart with the information, the readout? Mm-hmm. Just the kind of the key indices that you'll want to look at. Cholesterol is a big deal for me, right? So I need to look at cholesterol and sodium. What are the things for you all? We're just your accountants doing the math on this stuff, and we need to know what your report needs to look like.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I've been waiting for you to come for about 6 months. So I was telling her, forget the trees, get to Minicosa.
Trees matter.
No, thank you for being here. So couple questions. I know you go through great lengths to get all the data so that every person who hires your company, it is accurate to the penny, really, as to our situation. But I followed a lot of your YouTube videos in terms of other places in Florida, and I would have to say it's not really a surprise to me how we came out because I followed your methodology in other locales. So how did we come out after you did all that data work with what you saw with the rest of Florida? How did we compare to Hillsborough, some of these other counties, other unincorporated areas?
Well, first of all, you're having the conversation, and you're leading on the cost side. Hillsborough was only interested in the revenue side and the cost side only in Waimama. You know, it wasn't countywide the way that yours is. So it was only district based. So you're excelling in your quest for information and developing a tool well beyond any of the other places that we've done. On the East Coast, we've only done revenue analysis, not any of the costs in South Florida.
But you can extrapolate from your other areas that we're behind. So you can't look on the cost side to see if we're in better shape or worse shape than anybody else. You know, it'd be kind of like asking your doctor, like, what's the health of all of these people in the room? It's kind of like, well, I don't know. I mean, you can kind of tell. I want to see the data. I'm not going to make a jump on. I can tell you that there's lower spikes in certain parts of your community. That's a sign that it's not in the greatest shape, and then you can see that in the results. I can see that in other places. When you get west of I-95 in South Florida, it flattens out like a shag carpet. There's not a lot of anything that pops up there. And I can tell that's a recipe for long-term costs. There's 17 cities west of 95 in Broward County. Can y'all name any one city
west of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
You know, so they've developed all of that area. They've built out to the Everglades with the same thing all the way for the whole county. That's not good.
Sprawl, yeah, it's
Yeah.
sprawl. Is there a good example, or what is the best example of a city or a county in the country that you could point us to?
You know, we did an analysis back to the trees of Springfield, Missouri. Springfield, Missouri is 170,000 people. They've consumed 85 square miles of land. So 85 square miles on 170,000. Eugene, Oregon is 175,000 people. It's 5,000 more people on 35 square miles, half the area. So when you have double the people, or sorry, when you have the same amount of people on double the land, you've got double the infrastructure. Their stormwater infrastructure in Springfield was $661 million. In Eugene, Oregon was $180 million less in stormwater. So think about that for a second. They spent $180 million less on infrastructure for the same number of people. So that's what I tend to get obsessed about is what do you really need? And there's choices. Like Springfield chose to stretch out. It's the Midwest. They've got plenty of land, you know, but there's costs and consequences to that. I could choose to go out and buy a Ferrari. I cannot afford a Ferrari, right? I can't afford the Italians that come with it that change the oil. Like it's just not going to work.
Right.
So places do this. They make choices to grow, but they don't think through the long-term consequences. And so places are in states of understanding that now.
No, and clearly I've been following it. So I think you gave us a fix in your presentation when you said, I might get the number wrong, and I'm going to have to talk about District 1 here, but you said something about 17, 18, 19 winter gardens.
Yeah.
And so is that the solution to go back into some of these suburban areas where we have nodes and as strong towns would say, you know, thicken them up and then of course the people don't need to drive as far. Or were you hinting at a solution with that illustration?
It's a solution. You know, don't think of this as a silver bullet approach. This is more like a silver buckshot. You're going to have lots of different solutions in different areas. As you saw with the topo, looking at that ridge line is going to be different than where you're not in the ridge line. Where you're not in the ridge line, you have more stormwater effects. So you want to think of that stormwater infrastructure maybe as a connected tissue in that area, different from where the ridge is. So it's going to be different approaches. I put that idea of the 18 winter gardens just to conceptually get that idea across. But it's going to take a lot of different approaches that are tools that are inside your comprehensive plan and wrestling with things individually. You may come through a project where there's a lot of social benefit to a development and it's going to be net negative. But you need the affordable housing and the daycare center and everything else, and that's something you want, and it's part of the context. Well, that's cool if the district is ultimately net positive, but this piece isn't. Does that make sense? So you're keeping score individually. It's going to be a lot of different approaches.
Well, and so when your tool comes out, it may not look financially feasible, but then we're going to rely on that district commissioner to say that. We don't have a daycare for 50 miles or
Correct.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so you gave me 2 examples of where it's already pretty good, Springfield, Missouri, and Eugene, Oregon. Is it any areas that you can give us examples who've taken this data and come up with good solutions you can recommend?
Yeah, I mean, like South Bend, Indiana, they're way different from you all. I mean, they're Rust Belt. They've lost 22% of their population since 1960, yet they've increased their lift stations by 6,000% since then. So you've lost people but increased your infrastructure. So they've stopped taking in lift stations. You know, it's just that's just a metric they weren't looking at. So you're gonna come up with different things. Eugene, Oregon was talking about expanding its growth boundary. They didn't. Now y'all are a county. You're not a city, right? So you have a different genetics. Could you work with some of your partners to help them be more fiscally prudent with this tool? This is one of the things you can do. Is talk with Winter Garden, talk with places that don't have the sophistication that you all have, and share. What's going to be beneficial to the Winter Gardens, Winter Parks in Orlando's of the world is going to be beneficial to your entire county because you're all in it together. So there are things like that you have the ability to do that Eugene doesn't. You know, Eugene can't work with its county that way.
Right.
So it's going to be different for you all.
Well, we have some areas like our Horizon West and
Yeah.
Lake Nona that we have done this type of work, and that has helped in our bottom line. And you talked about International Drive, and clearly that's helped our bottom line. And that goes back to conversations, 30 years ago, or maybe 40, who was going to get International Drive in the convention center? Was it downtown? Was it iDrive? And so I think a lot of those things have put our predecessors have put us in better financial situation than many other counties. Well, thank you. I could ask you questions all day, but I got to give the rest of them a turn, and encourage you to go online because he's got lots of videos that have been very helpful to me, and we're really happy to have you here
Thank you. I
today.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, this was fantastic. Great presentation. I am also visual and love those renderings. And there's so many of these points that I think as representatives of areas that are both urban and rural, suburban, that we've been really trying very hard to communicate what growth patterns do to quality of life and to the future that you can see in your neighborhood. And of course, we're talking about today we've got, the legislative update, and we've been talking about DOGE, but really I think the most devastating thing that's happened, well, there's been so many devastating things, but Vision 2050 was an effort to try to make sure that we were getting all those contributions of the nuance in our areas incorporated in a plan that allowed us to do that growth management in a meaningful way. And so to me, this feels like some excellent information for us to continue to establish the things that we understand about that Vision 2050 plan, which was to try to get more of those purple spikes that I'm now going to call purple spikes, and to try to make sure that that when I say things like, hey, growth doesn't pay for itself, I can actually bring out the information. And it's really so, I'm an attorney, I have that, growth doesn't pay for itself. Then I'm like, but sometimes it does if you're doing it the right way, in the right place, at the right time, with the right amount of information. Patchwork doesn't, right? This patchwork sort of sprawly thing doesn't. And then roads, no matter what, are expensive. And so it's been really hard for me since I got here to try to plea for capital improvement projects smaller, because everyone's like, well, we finally got some capital improvement dollars to make that road bigger. And I'm like, but that's not gonna be a good thing long term, because it's going to invite more of the sprawling development that's going to separate those people from the services, and then we've diluted that and we have something to maintain. So anyway, this is an incredible amount of information for us. I understand that our ask of it, though, was a more narrowly tailored ask because it's part of a charter amendment. So my question is, seeing that we may really be able to apply some of the information more broadly, do you see sort of an avenue to be able to use that for other, investigations for us on those infill or redevelopment projects?
Yes. I know that you're looking for certain areas of your county to apply this method, and we're like, well, we've got to do the whole county to get here, right? So that building that structure that you can put your square pegs in the square holes is great, but we had to build the whole structure as a system because we need to know the whole system, and that has to be in the model. So that model is built, and you could go into other areas, and you should be able to do the same thing. It's using your software. It's an Esri-based software that you all have a team that's proficient with that, and we're designing that as a tool that you should be able to use it for all throughout the entire county.
Incredible. And I think it's interesting because the part that we are...
I'm saying should because I honestly don't know how to use the software. I have a team of people that do this. I've sort of elevated into just doing shows.
Well, to me, it's a very exciting opportunity, and I think there's... So we understand a little bit of the history of some of these areas, and of course, Winter Garden, 50 years ago, 75 years ago, was a vibrant small town with agricultural outskirts. And then the mall culture decimated it. And when I got sort of involved in trying to, in more civic stuff, that little downtown area that you now see with that value, and this wasn't that long ago, this was maybe 25 years ago, there were broken window fronts, and there was very little in the way of commerce or residential activity. And so understanding the potential for any really directive, good planning, comprehensive planning from not just that comprehensive planning, but also, with the CRA that we were able to get Winter Garden and what they put out for their transportation. And that combination provides those, I think, the formula for those purple spikes. So having that historic tilt for us is going to be really exciting. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Commissioner Simrad?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I also enjoyed it a lot. I'm trying to understand the methodology. Is this like is it an input-output model? Is that like you put in the cost and you get that productivity out? Or do you know?
Well,
or is it forecast? Are we using forecasting at all in it?
No, I mean, forecasting is kind of complicated. There's going to be some bit of forecasting because we're going to have, if you're a developer that submits a development, we're going to kind of have some comps. What's this building going to be worth when it's built? That's the amount of forecasting, but you should have some of those ingredients in your county already, that if it's a strip mall, we know what a strip mall's value is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the developer's like, I'm going to gild this thing with a gold-plated ceiling or something, I don't know. Like, what's going to be different about it? As far as the infrastructure, those are all knowns. What's the cost of a pipe that's currently in the system? You have it's called a PCI index for your roads,
Mm-hmm.
which is your public works department already knows which roads are in service that are high level of maintenance and which ones aren't. Like, they actually keep score of that, and that tells you the depreciation of where that road's falling.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want your road to get past a certain level. The interesting thing about roads is you can maintain them over cycles, but there comes a point at which you need to do a rebuild. And you can push that further out if you do more maintenance. So if you spend more money, think of it this way, if I brush my teeth twice a day, every single day, and I'm religious about that, or if I only brush once a month, what's going to be the result on my mouth, right? So roads are the same thing. The more maintenance you do, the more you can prolong having a root canal, you know?
Don't want a root canal.
Well, it's hard because sometimes, the road doesn't look like it's failing.
Mhm.
It's like, well, we can just put some tar on it and it'll be good. But there is actually a sign that it might actually be worse than that.
Okay. All right. So, do you take into consideration, because you're using the consumer price index? I saw, right? So, okay. So it is taking into consideration the market fluctuations over the course of time.
Well, the costs will. The revenues aren't. The revenues are going to be constricted by whatever's in your model, how many homestead exemptions you have. That's going to be part of your annual update to make sure that your revenues are staying with that.
So off of that point then, because we have the time value of money, right? So today we approve a development, but it doesn't get built for years. So we look at the financial performance or expected performance of it, but then we see, you wait 10 years and now the time value of money of what was supposed to happen, the costs have adjusted, costs have gone up. Is there any way to account for that lag?
There may be. I think that one of the things to pay attention of and be mindful of is you can really run the risk of analysis paralysis and all of these different what ifs in the model, and you've built this.
That's a real thing, you guys. It's a real term, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, you've basically limited your ability of getting close. Think more horseshoes and being kind of close to the rod rather than always hitting a bullseye and everything.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of variables. When people ask me about forecasting, okay, we're adults. Did anybody predict the pandemic that we all went through? Anybody predict the recession that we went through?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's lots of things that happen. Like, since I graduated college, I've been through a couple of recessions. It's just, there are cycles to them. There are things that are knowns, but there's a lot of unknowns that you can, again, back to the analysis paralysis. What's going to happen in the future? Getting yourself close, knowing that my cholesterol is close, it's in a range, is good enough. When my doctor gives me my cholesterol count, he spits a number at me, and I'm like, what does that mean? Am I dying? Am I good? And he says, you're in range. So I think that seeing these as a range is probably the more healthy way of looking at it. It could get complex and unwieldy fast. And then it's more difficult to maintain.
Okay. So in particular for our housing market, we have a lot of Airbnbs and because it's all of the county, right? Is there any way that we can, because I saw you've got single family, you've got multifamily, Is there a way to include Airbnbs? Because their economic impact, one, is different, two, their costs are, is there a way to do
You just
that?
touched on one of my favorite topics. We have 4,000 Airbnbs in Asheville. How do you all assess Airbnbs? Do you assess them based on income or as a house? Yeah, that's not fair. So you assess a hotel based off its income as a commercial value, yet I, as an investor, can buy a house in your community and cash flow it, and you're going to assess me as a house. So I'm going to artificially stimulate the value of your house because I'm going to pay more for it because I can cash flow it. So actually, to show you what a nerd I am, I crashed the Assessors Conference last week. The International Association of Assessors Conference was here in Orlando last week. And I threw that at them on the floor. Why does the Assessors Organization not have an opinion on whether they're commercial or residential? Here we are, 15 years in, and we still don't know? Like, that's not fair. So I would take the position that they're commercial. Go ahead and do them. That's fine. It's a different kind of product in your community, but you're affecting your housing market and driving up the prices for everybody else because that's what's seen as a market comp, right? What somebody paid for the house, even though they're going to cash flow it and produce income. So I think maybe that's one of the first questions to ask is talk with your assessors. Y'all have the ability, you should have the ability to do them commercially assessed. The International Association of Assessing Officers standard allows you to do that. And just have them run if you did that, what would be the effect from your taxable base for your community? And I think you'll see a bump.
Interesting. Thank you. We'll do it.
Yeah.
I have just one. I agree with Commissioner Wilson. This sounds like a good standard operating procedure to have for each development that comes through. The reason I asked if there was any type of forecasting ability within the model is one, because the cost of water is going to become more expensive as we look at alternative water supplies. We know that we're facing water quantity storage issues in the future, and I didn't know if but you did say we could amend the model, so maybe at some point in time when that becomes a more realistic cost, that then we could include that in? Or should we be forecasting that this development is going to push us closer to that cost?
I'd say have fun. As that example, you just made it clear for me. Like, what you could do is, let's say you had a staff workshop. They have the tool. You could say, well, water right now in the model, it's $3 a gallon for cost of the model. Let's just say it's going to be double that 10 years from now. Let's just go ahead and change that number. What does it do to the model? I think that's something you can do with your team once the model's built, that you can look at the different variables and play with them and just say, let's say that we can't get asphalt for whatever dollars a metric ton, and it's a new number. What does it look like in the model? I think it's fair to use that model as an analytic tool to play out some scenarios. I think that would be fun.
Okay, me too. And then lastly is the cost of flooding. So again, it's kind of pertaining to forecasting. I know that in your model you're showing the valleys and the highs and everything in the land. So we have Vision 2050 on waiting in a queue right now, hopefully, for something to happen. But we adopted this form-based coding across the whole county. And I didn't know if that form-based coding is great. I was concerned that we were doing it across the whole county as opposed to targeted sectors. What would be your recommendation on that? Is form-based coding, because when you look at the map, flooding is expensive. It's expensive to even somebody who doesn't flood because it increases our property insurance, and we're in crisis mode in Florida where insurance keeps going up and people have to get flood insurance that they never had to before. So in regard to, when we look at Vision 2050, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but do you know if every single sector that we had was laid out in terms of where we anticipate flooding or anything? Do you know?
I mean, I mean, short answer is that wasn't part of our scope, but
Okay.
from a form-based code standpoint, I don't know what form-based code would have to do with it. Because
So we-
any zoning, that's just zoning. Form-based code is just a name for a type of zoning.
Right.
So non-form-based code areas still have zoning.
No, so I'll connect the dots. So in the new Vision 2050, our comprehensive land use plan, we took areas and we would say this is going to be the density that you can get.
Okay,
and
so you're
it was
talking
applied-
density. Yeah, so, yeah, you should look at your flood risk. You should do and that's a matter of just doing a topo map and figuring out where the flood areas are. I would look at not only what's at risk from a taxable standpoint in future loss, but also look at what's your risk from an infrastructure standpoint. Because that road and that lift station are at risk if it's going to get flooded. That's a cost that you're going to have to pay for. So that's a matter of just mapping that and doing a risk assessment analysis. You could do that with this model, but you could also do it right now. But you don't need this model for that because you should be able to see where all that infrastructure is. But that's called a risk assessment analysis. Actually, there's a state grant for that that you all have through your legislature.
And Commissioner, I'll remind you, Carrie Black was here a few board meetings back, and gave a presentation on the resiliency grant. And
Yeah, the resiliency grant, yeah.
And I think that's it. Is there any way that we could tweak this model for the Airbnbs if you had the data?
Well, the Airbnbs show up as an assessed value
Oh, yeah.
as a
Okay.
house. So until there's I don't know fully your laws here whether you could require a permit or something, but that's going to be the first pushback is we don't know where they are. You could do a simple zoning amendment where you require one off-street parking space per Airbnb, and you can't violate the nuisance ordinance 3 times in any 1 year. If you just made some simple use by right with special requirements, so somebody comes in the process, you'll at least know where they are. Once you know where they are, then it's up to the assessor at your guidance to go out and to put the value on them.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Moore.
Just a point of information. So for Airbnbs, I'm not sure if Verbos are the same way, but so if I, as an individual or even a business, I buy an Airbnb and then I in turn want to rent it out to someone as a room or a whole, while we won't be able to assess it because we don't know. Airbnb is a company, if you look at the breakdown in fees, they will assess that short-term rental and then they will charge the 6.5. So it's likely that the request would be made to Airbnb as a company and not the individual. So we'd have to get the information likely, like Mayor said, from the comptroller, because we wouldn't know ordinarily, but Airbnb, based on how they're incorporated, they charge. If you look, you'll see the 6.5 sales tax. I'm sorry, the 6 cents short-term rental. So that's the only way to do it.
They won't share that information. What you can do, there's software that you can buy. There's one called AirDNA. There's a gentleman that runs a software. It's called Inside Airbnb. His name is Murray. He's like, this is what he does. He scrapes the software and figures out how often it's occupied, what its rental income is. There's one that I pulled in Asheville that's pulling $160,000 a year of income. Again, we have 4,000 of them. The average house price in Asheville is $890,000 a house.
And you said
it's like, so if your assessor should know access to the tools that they can buy the software to get this. It will be a little bit more staff time for them to do this, but you're going to see the results in the new revenues that you'll get. And again, this is an issue of fairness. Is it fair to the hotels that they're being assessed at this level and these other hotels aren't? So, it's. I know this is that we've kind of colored outside the lines here, and you've touched on one of my little pet projects. So, sorry about that.
So, Mayor, if I may, at least to the Airbnb issue, there are state preemptions on regulations for local governments or our ability to enact regulations limiting where Airbnbs may be located and how they may be operated. So we have some limited grandfathering provisions, I think, that have been in place since 2010 or 2011. But the state legislation has basically told local governments hands off this. I know Commissioner, you made reference to the comptrollers, there's an agreement to ensure that the hotel taxes are being collected for those, but that doesn't provide the county access to where those properties are located. So there definitely is a disconnect, and generally residential properties in Orange County are prohibited from being used as short-term rentals. But because of the state preemptions, our ability to identify and develop some additional regulatory protections for those neighborhoods and/or require like a registry or anything else, we're extremely limited on our ability to do that.
So to make sure I understand you, and I think I get it, it's not individual remittances, it's just one. And so Airbnb is remitting the fee to, they're remitting the hotel tax, but that's it. It's more of a lump sum. It doesn't.
Correct.
I got you.
Yeah, and ultimately the comptroller would be privy to the details within the agreement that provide those revenues.
Thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
You could ask,
Commissioner Moore?
have Doge help you with the finding. I'm just kidding.
That's actually where I circle back with you, Joe. So knowing we have Save Our Homes and we've got this large conversation about property taxes and all this data you have, do you have any final recommendations for us to make sure we're fiscally sound here?
Well, at the very least, a lot of this is civic education and helping the citizens be aware of the costs and consequences of their choices. So a lot of this, and this is intentionally a visual presentation. I'm a visual learner. 65% of every audience are visual learners. You saw a lot of slides. But if it's done in a way that, our intention at our company is to always be informative, always try to find a way to make it clear and easy to read. So I was flying through those slides, but you're keeping up because it's highly visual. But it's also an intention to explain policy and not get too nerdy about it, not go into the weeds. It's just, what does that bar chart do? You know, what's the line chart? You all saw that it was separating between your market value and the what you really have to pay. That's the reality of a policy choice. So, you know, we like to joke that our work is we call it geo-accounting. Like, we just account for the stuff on a map. And when you talk to your accountant doesn't care about your choices, right? Your accountant doesn't care if you buy a boat. What your accountant cares is whether or not you can afford a boat. So this is an accounting process. You're going to make choices. Some of the choices are going to be costly. Some of the choices are going to be revenue producing. That's great. These are all your choices. But as long as you're accounting for them. I will say this about your Save Our Homes. One of the things that's concerning, because you do have that ability, is that if somebody does exploit and do a homeowner's exemption, and then they go out and Airbnb that house, that's fraud. You know, and so what is that happening in your community, that somebody's exploiting, getting their market value reduced, and then also taking revenue out? Is that fair that that's going on? Because they're not a homeowner in that property anymore. They're renting it out. Unless they're there and they're just renting out a room, that's different. But it's, you know, and that's a matter of due notice to that property owner and saying, we need to know what's going on inside that room and inside that building now, right? Because we need to make a fair assessment. And it's up to the property owner to appeal and say, no, I'm living in there too. You know, and they can give you that information.
Thank you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be back in touch with you. I got some other questions for another day. Alberta, good deal. At this point, we're due to come back to the board sometime in October, date uncertain, for the next steps. So we look forward to that at an appropriate time. With that, we're going to go into recess until 2 p.m., and then we'll start sharply at that time. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of September the 30th, 2025. We're now in the 2 p.m. Afternoon portion of the meeting. We'll start with subsection 4. We're going to have Ms. Lakin O'Hara come forward from our zoning division, who will be presenting the September the 5th, 2025 Board of Zoning Adjustment Recommendations. And with that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On September 5th, 2025, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 7 cases. 6 cases were recommended for approval. 1 case was recommended for denial. The BZA appeal deadline was on Friday, September 19th, and case VA 2509043, David M. Smith, has been appealed. So with the exception of case VA 2509043, which was appealed, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Hara. With that, is there a motion?
So
for
moved,
approval?
Uribe.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, now we'll move to the next item on our agenda, on the A1. This is a petition to vacate. We're going to open the public hearing on this item, and we're going to ask Ms. Susan Usack, the Deputy Director of our Public Works Department, to lead us in that. All right.
This is a petition to vacate PTV 25-04-012 from Mark Freeman on behalf of Kimberly Freeman. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 5-foot wide utility easement along the north property line of a portion of a 10-foot wide utility easement along the east property line of the residential lot located within the Jenny Jewel Point subdivision containing approximately 2,057 square feet. The property lies north of Jenny Jewel Drive and east of Lake Street. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County, and staff has no objection to this request. All requested action is approval of PTV 25-04-012. This parcel is located in District 3, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? Would you like to make any comments? No, I'm good. He's indicating no at this time. With that, then we'll open it up for any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we will close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Uribe.
Motion for approval?
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next PTV, petition to vacate, A2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and once again, Ms. Usack, we'll ask you to frame this item.
This is a petition to vacate PTV 25-06-017 from Bill Mackey on behalf of O'Hara Holdings LLC and Wayne Casper. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 20-foot wide by 76-foot long utility easement located on the south property line of the commercial lot located within the Orlando Kissimmee Farm subdivision, containing approximately 1,520 square feet. The property lies north of New Hope Road and east of Boggy Creek Road. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to this request. Orange County Utilities has also provided a letter of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on the county, and staff has no objection to this request. Our requested action is approval of PTV 25-06-017. This parcel is located in District 4, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? Would you like to speak? He's indicating no. With that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
And then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion for approval. Sorry.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. This is item B3. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Nick Thalmuller, the planning administrator, will frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 24010005. This is an amendment to a 3.83 acre portion of the Hunters Creek PD, specifically located at 3400 Hunters Creek Boulevard, on the south side of Hunters Creek Boulevard, west of South John Young Parkway. This request is to allow an additional permitted use on the site of a 126-foot monopole-style communications tower, specifically Track 275 of the PD. This request also comes with two waivers from code. One waiver to reduce the minimum separation between the tower and the closest single-family residential unit from 635 feet per code to 203 feet, and also for some reduced landscaping around the base of the proposed tower and the site. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated low-density residential. However, it is within the larger Hunters Creek PD, which allows a mixture of uses. As mentioned, property is zoned currently PD, Planned Development District. Here we have an aerial of the site. Property is currently developed with a church use, and the proposed location of the tower, here's the overall PD, location within the PD, closer map here. Proposed location of the tower is at the southwest corner of that parcel. And here we have the distance separation showing the radius of the adjacent single-family uses and the nearby towers. Here we have a clearer map showing the proposed location, again, down there at that southwest corner of the tower or of the site. We did have a community meeting for this request. That community meeting was held back on June 26, 2024, attended by approximately 121 area residents who expressed a number of concerns, which are summarized on page 3 of your staff report. And with all of that, the recommendation is to make a finding of inconsistency with the comprehensive plan and deny the substantial change to the Hunters Creek plan development. However, in your staff report, should the board choose to overturn staff's recommendation and recommend approval, we would recommend approval subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or representative present? Please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon. James Johnston with Schutz & Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, on behalf of the applicant. And we appreciate staff's work on this, and as indicated, this was something we went to a community meeting, and there were a large number of the residents who were in opposition. Subsequent to the meeting, and the reason I think it's taken as long to get to you as it has, is we did look to try to move the tower within the larger church property, and then also worked with staff to revise the landscaping waiver, which I'll go over more in my presentation. But we did get with the church, and the church we had an area we thought wouldn't reduce the separation waiver requirement, but or wouldn't eliminate it, but would reduce it more in the middle of the parcel. But they were not agreeable to that, so we have our lease at the current location that we applied to, and so we are moving forward with that today. And so, as indicated, this is a change determination with the two waiver requests. The tower will be owned by Skyway Towers, but it is required and requested by T-Mobile, who will be the anchor tenant on the tower, needed to resolve their coverage gap in the area. This church property was chosen because it's a larger parcel located within the residential area where there's the coverage gap and the antennas are needed. I know the staff presentation had some pictures, but we just wanted to add, The picture on the left obviously shows this is a very developed area. The large parcels you see there are either water areas or conservation areas. So we picked the church property, as you see on the right, which is a larger parcel within this area that also backs up to a conservation area to provide an additional buffer. The proposed tower is a 126-foot, 6-inch monopine communication tower on a 3,500 square foot tower compound within the larger parcel, access from Hunters Creek Boulevard. Monopine design for camouflage with the abutting conservation area and existing mature trees on the property. Has an engineered fall zone on the parent parcel, no lighting's required. It will meet all the FCC requirements. And it's also obviously an unmanned tower, so there's no real traffic generation related to that. Again, staff showed this in their presentation, but this is the location of the tower compound on the church property. This is a blow-up of the compound area showing the landscaping around it, and then again backing up to the conservation area. This is an elevation of the proposed tower, a monopine camouflage design. We think that's the appropriate camouflage design for this area, again with the existing trees on the property and abutting the conservation area. And so as mentioned, we did attempt to try to change the location on the larger, or on the church property, to try to address some of the neighbor comments received at the neighborhood meeting. We're not able to get the church to agree to that, so we're moving forward with our existing lease area. And so, the code provides for 500% tower height, and obviously we're reducing that substantially from the 635 feet to 203 feet. I will say your code does provide a reduced separation, reduces it by 50% for a camouflage type tower that the board determines to be compatible in the area. So while we would still not meet that, it would be a much less reduced separation request than if you go by the straight code. T-Mobile needs the antennas at this height to serve the demand that has been created by this, densely developed area in the surrounding community. There's really no way to meet the 500% separation and provide the needed coverage to this area. I think it's worth noting the code provisions, the 500% requirement, are based on a code which I believe was put in place in 1997. Obviously, a lot has changed since then. More people have cellular devices, and also they're used differently, not just for talking, but for data and a lot of other items or uses. There are other towers that have been approved in the Hunters Creek plan development that wouldn't meet the separation requirements. Our tower, what we're proposing, is actually lower than any of those towers, shorter than any of those that are already approved and in existence in Hunters Creek. And again, we think the camouflage design, abutting the conservation area and the existing mature trees, there's a utility building I'll show you in some pictures on the property that are between it and the closest residential. And then obviously the proposed landscaping we're agreeing to will all help to screen the tower area. These are pictures looking west from the church driveway, west towards the closest residential. You see the intervening utility building that is there. Again, this is the utility building from Hunters Creek Boulevard, and you can kind of, on the picture on the left, see the residential home, which has a brick wall around it as well, plus all of the trees in that area as screening. We provided photo sims, which I know are in your package, but I just wanted to run through a few. This is looking west towards the closest residential, again showing the trees and the utility building and things between there. Obviously, the bottom of these photo sims don't show the landscaping that will be installed around the fenced compound area. This again is looking kind of north-northwest to where the tower will be located. Next, this is looking east back towards the church. And then this is from Hunters Creek Boulevard looking east, and you can see the monopine, above the tree line, but certainly not as obtrusive as you just standing by itself when you look at it from that perspective. And then this is looking south towards the south from Hunters Creek Boulevard. And as you can see, all the trees kind of south of the compound, along with the trees that are on the church property, that's why we think this is an appropriate camouflage type based on all the existing trees. The other waiver we did, as I indicated, originally we had proposed no landscaping, but following the meeting with the community, one of the things we did is we went back and added the code-required landscaping around the northwest and east boundaries of the fence compound. We proposed a waiver from providing it along the south side, so we revised our waiver because that's abutting up against the conservation area. And in working with staff, we then took the trees that would have been required there and added them into the proposed buffer along the northwest and east sides to provide further landscaping. And so, as indicated, this tower is needed by T-Mobile to fill a coverage gap in the area. I have Jason Pauley with me. He's a T-Mobile RF engineer, and he's available to answer questions as needed. The T-Mobile RF report that was submitted supports this need. T-Mobile is actually on the other towers already existing in Hunters Creek that are kind of to the north, northwest, northeast. So it's not possible for them to co-locate on those towers. They're already there. This gap, coverage gap exists even with them being on those towers. And again, I think goes towards the idea of, there's a lot of demand in this area, creating the need for this existing, creating the coverage gap and the need for this tower. And this height that is proposed is what is required to fill that coverage gap. And, we think quality coverage and capacity is important for public health, safety, and welfare. Over 80% of all 911 calls are now made on wireless devices. This will also help with E911 Phase 2, which is how, how they try to identify the location of wireless 911 calls. So any additional antennas and towers can help with that, make it even better. Again, this was included in your packet. It shows the T-Mobile existing towers and the proposed one in the middle. The after shows, obviously, it will help resolve that coverage gap. And as mentioned, there are other towers already in Hunters Creek. These are all camouflage towers. They're taller than the proposed tower. T-Mobile's already on these. And based on the current code requirements, I think 2 out of these 3 would not meet the separation requirements. And they are, I think, 140 feet tall. The cross is 165 feet, and the flagpole on the right is 165 feet. So in conclusion, this tower is needed by T-Mobile at this height in this location to fill that coverage gap. We've tried to do our best. Obviously, when you're talking about a tower, and as I'm sure you'll hear from the residents, there are a lot of people who have concerns about them, but the need for it is also created by all the development in the area. We've done our best to try to, to limit the impacts through the camouflage design, location abutting a conservation area with the existing trees and utility building on the site and the proposed landscaping. No lighting is required. Again, doesn't generate traffic or much traffic at all. And so we would just request your consideration of this application. And I'm here to answer any questions along with Jason Pauley. And then also we'd like to reserve any time left to address concerns raised by the public.
All right, thank you. If you'll stand by, you have about 8 minutes left. I'm going to open it up for any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do,
I see
Mayor.
some heads nodding, so I think we do. All right, let's call them.
All right, folks, we have about 10 speakers for this case. I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do approach the podium, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker is Dean Currismith, followed by Edward O'Donnell, James Stelmack, John Henry, and Diana, it appears that you are giving time to a Diego. However, I do not have a Diego on the list, so if you'd like to speak yourself, you are welcome.
All right, each person speaking, you have a maximum of 2 minutes. That time will go very quickly, so be cognizant of the time. All right, first speaker.
Hello, my name is Dean Curlsmith. I just want to start off with both
And
federal...
give us your name and address, if you don't
Dean
mind.
Curlsmith, 3123 Turtle Lane in Hunters Creek. Both federal rules, Section 6409A of the Spectrum Act and local codes, strongly encourage co-location and streamlined approval for modification to existing sites rather than building new towers. From T-Mobile's website, before recommending new structures, T-Mobile strives to build on existing infrastructure, buildings, and rooftops. Our goal is to balance the ever-increasing need for connectivity with respect for the character and values of each community we serve. Leasing land for commercial cell tower can trigger unrelated business income tax, UBIT, for a church if the activity is unrelated to the exempt purpose and crosses certain thresholds. Another reason to prefer less intrusive commercial area sites or co-location. UBIT is federal tax compliance, not grounds for local denial, but it underscores that commercial corridors are appropriate venue. Basically, my wife sent a packet to some people probably in here last night, Amanda Cayo. She said that request is to do not approve a new freestanding tower at 3400 Hunters Creek Boulevard. Instead, T-Mobile should co-locate on existing towers or evaluate the church's commercial corridor holdings along North John Young Parkway in Kissimmee, locations that would reduce residential impact and better align with policy. Why this site is wrong? This site is in the middle of a residential community, creating visual and aesthetic conflicts. It could also devalue the homes and properties of long-term residents. Federal and local policies prefer co-location on existing towers and sitting in commercial zones. Neighbors report cell service is already adequate. New construction is unnecessary. And there's a little bit more, but I want to save my time for other people.
Okay, so are you one of the residents?
I am one of the residents, yes.
Okay, not an employee of
Nope.
T-Mobile?
I am not.
All right.
I
Got
think
it.
they would fire me if I was.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Ed O'Donnell. I live at 4409 Lake Calabay Drive, actually number 24 on the application package there. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've had the ability to be able to walk around the community and door knock on some homes. You'd be surprised, even though that there's been a community meeting, how many people aren't even aware of this happening right now. Like, they don't check their mail, they're busy online, what have you. So there's a lot of people that aren't even represented here that are in opposition to this tower. Our household is a multi-generational household. The community is really not a transient community. People kind of get in there and set their roots and stay for a long time. That's what we intend to do. You know, the cell phone tower, we're very concerned about it for health reasons. You know, RF, you know, there's, you know, I don't hear any pros about it. You know, it's certainly, we all have devices and we all have technical needs to be able to get on the internet and be on the phone. But I'm actually a T-Mobile customer, and I live right there, and I always have 5 bars or 4 bars. And if you go on their website, it shows that we have full 5G coverage. So the map that you show there doesn't line up with what they're telling the public when they want to get in there. Also, you see a lot of findings that Miguel found, for example, one of our neighbors, will show that they'll say, oh, in community settings like this, oh, RF's not that bad for you, but then they'll tell shareholders, well, you know, we might be open to lawsuits, or we might have some, you know, money that we owe later on, so they let investors know that. So, like, where's the truth coming? Like, you know, so also, what does this do to property values, if anything? anywhere you look online, there's always a negative component to it. Like, I wouldn't want to buy a house with a 126-foot tower streaming over us. So our multi-generational household would certainly like to plead with you and ask you to deny this tower. If they need a tower, they can go over into the loop where there might be a need for it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's James Stelmack. I'm a resident of Calabay Cove, been there about 2 years. Love the community. I'm at 14401 Yakima Trail. When I saw the photograph of the tower, it appears very small. And I think everybody here has to keep aware that this is about a 13-story tall structure. This is not something that's just going to stick above the trees a little bit. And in that picture that I saw up there, it looks like the trees are sitting in front of it. This is almost to the entrance of our community. Why I wanted to come here is I'm a real estate agent, but I'm primarily a buyer's agent. So I assist clients all over Central Florida, even Sarasota, all over, not just this area. And I cannot stress how many times I've been with a client, we've gone into a community where we're exiting a different exit or entrance out of a community, and there is a cell phone tower, and it's a no. They do not want to live with that visual obstacle or potential health risk in that community. And I do believe this will greatly impact the value of our homes. And I don't think that the residents of Calabay or the residents of Hunters Creek should be subsidizing T-Mobile with the loss in value of our homes. And our homes are expensive. My home is almost $750,000. It's a lot of money. I want to protect my investment, and I know all of our neighbors want to do likewise. I do think there are some better locations, like right behind the loop, which is not geographically in a straight line, not that far off, or in the back of Publix, because there's a large conservation area with heavy trees in between Calabay Cove and the back of Publix. That would be another location I'm sure would work. I, too, am a T-Mobile customer. I've been with them for about 15 years. I have no problem with service. I know there's not been any extra development in the area because it's built out. There may be some extra use with, different technologies and so on, but anyway.
All right, thank you, Mr. Domack. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be Prince Verdi, followed by Rick Mitchell, Terry Bromley, and Ursula Shue.
The prince is not here. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Bromley, and my address is 14311 Jabbett Lane, and that's Orlando 32837. And I'm here as a resident of Hunters Creek and on behalf of the Hunters Creek Community Association to respectfully and firmly oppose to this proposed application for this cell tower. Also, due to the substantial waivers that are being requested, first of all, the proximity waiver. That reduces the setback to our single-family homes by a staggering 68%. And that would put a 12-story industrial structure right close to our single-family homes. And more specifically, we have several neighborhoods that do abut against that, and that's 707 homes that have raised a resounding opposition to this request. In addition, this project threatens our neighborhood and our community in three critical ways. The first one is our property values. Multiple studies have shown that visible cell towers decrease homes by nearly 5 to 20%. That's millions of dollars in those surrounding homes that would lose their property value. We also have the aesthetic impact. A 120-foot tower would fundamentally alter the character of our carefully planned development, looming over the homes and the yards and people enjoying their properties. Additionally, there are health concerns, and while scientific studies and consensus on RF emissions remain under review, there's no justification for ignoring the standard setbacks which are in place for a reason, especially when a tower would sit so close to homes with children. This application has already been recommended for denial, citing both insufficient justification for the waivers and incompatibility with the surrounding residential use. We're not against wireless infrastructure, but this is not the right location. We urge you to protect our community and uphold this recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Rick Mitchell. I live at 3613 Devereaux Court in the Ashton subdivision within Hunters Creek. Everyone who has spoken before me has really laid out why we are against this cell tower. I have a few questions for the engineer and the lawyer that have spoken before us. The towers that are currently holding the T-Mobile locations, do these towers have waivers for their location near current residences? Because the ones that I've seen in the pictures are well set back from residences, especially the large cross and the flagpoles. They don't seem to be near residences. Regarding the comments about the 911, when you make a 911 call on the cell phone, if it doesn't go to T-Mobile, it will go to AT&T. It will go to any other carrier because the FCC requires that. So that's really not an issue. And then finally, my other concern is, what's the effective radiated power of these microwave towers, especially when you have reduced the separation between the residence and the tower itself? I know the microwave antennas are pointed in certain directions, and then they're also omnidirectional in certain instances, but you have reduced that distance between there and the residences. And so what's the 3D or the half power point where these things become effective? And also, what's the OSHA requirement or the Occupational Health and Safety Act requirement for these things? I have not seen anything in any of the literature that lays this out. So I would like to see that in addition to it. But in my case, I'm against this type of thing. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Next speaker.
Unless any of the previously called names have decided they'd like to speak, which I understand they might not prefer to speak, that would be our last speaker.
Okay, no other persons want to speak during this public comment period? Okay, then would you like to speak? Okay, if, yeah, we will ask, you'll have to come to the mic just because of the televised.
I just really want to say that this is a family community with a lot of children.
Go there. Thank you.
This is a family community, sir, with a lot of children and their futures. And I know we have to go with technology. Oh, Ronald Shaw in Calabay. I'm sorry. I don't do this sort of thing, but I just wanted to say, I see all the kids playing in the church and in the fields, and I see all the kids every day. It's a wonderful community, and why would they want to put a tower that could harm their health? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shaw, if you didn't fill out a card, just make sure you see this gentleman. All right. Okay. All right. We have another speaker. Okay. If you didn't fill out a card, just do so before you leave, but you can go to the mic. Please go to the mic. Thanks. Since it's televised, that's why I'm asking you to go to the mic so that the viewing public can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Beaudry, 3405 Amica Circle in Hunters Creek. I've been a resident there for about 20 years. And a couple of things I wanted to comment on is that James had stated that the need for the tower was due to all of the development in the area, and with the photos up there showing all of the areas that were developed. Hunters Creek as a planned community was built out for about 20, 25 years. So any new development that would create the need for this tower shouldn't be something that's imposed on our community. We've been there for a long time, and we pride ourselves as being a manicured community. We don't, if I wanted to put an antenna near my front door that stood a foot, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. So, and with good reason, we keep our property values up, which leads me into the questions about the value of homes and how that affects, how a tower affects. My wife is a broker and accredited through one of the banks, I think Bank of America had requested that of her, to act as an arbitrator on home values when the home is appraised and they're doing a mortgage and it comes in less than value or whatever, and there's a dispute. And what she has done is she's made calls to other appraisers that she deals with all the time, and the consensus was that a tower such as this would affect the values by between 7 and 15% drop in value, depending upon the sight lines, how close you are, and that sort of thing. That then morphs into, those become the comparables for areas that can't even see the tower, still within our community. And it's not fair, it's not right, and 7% would be a $40,000, $50,000 drop in value. So that's a major concern, and I'll squeeze one last thing in if I
That
can.
little beeping
Okay.
means you are out of time.
Okay, I can squeeze this one last thing? Nope, I'm done.
You're done.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, though, for giving me the opportunity.
We
Appreciate it.
understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank
all
you.
right, thanks. All right, next speaker, please. All right. Okay, it looks like that would be the final speaker for public comment on this item. And so we'll go back to the applicant or a representative of the applicant. And I believe you have about 8 minutes left, and this is to offer any rebuttal comments based upon what you've heard.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, James Johnston with Schutz and Bowen. I'm just going to kind of run through some of the issues that were raised by the neighbors. We appreciate their comments. Again, we appreciate their comments at the neighborhood meeting. And like I said, we've attempted to address them. We have addressed some of them with the landscaping and providing the landscaping. But I would say one of the speakers said, why can't they co-locate on the existing towers? As I mentioned, they're already on those towers. They need this in addition to being on those towers. There is a separate coverage gap that they need to fill in this area. And I think that goes to the last speaker who was saying, well, this is a built-out community. Well, yes, but the changes may not have been in the number of people there, but it's certainly been in the use of wireless technology over the last 20 years. And certainly most people now have cell phones, where in 1997 when the code was written, or maybe when the development was done, there were not those same number of users, and there was not the same demand on services, and certainly data was not an issue at the time. I know there were several mentions of property value. I mean, again, I think we have tried to locate this. When you're locating a tower, it's an RF designed, engineered system, and again, there's a gap that T-Mobile has identified as needing to be filled. And as one of the speakers said, sure, the easiest thing would be to co-locate on an existing tower or on a building, to not have to go through the zoning process, and obviously that's the easiest, but and that's what is always checked first. But when you have an area where there's a gap and you don't have any existing towers, that will serve that area where you can co-locate, and you don't have any tall structures that can reach the height needed, then that's when you look to locate a new tower, as we are doing, as we are proposing here. And again, we've tried to, compatibility is not saying, oh, the tower will disappear and can't be seen. It's like, how do you try to manage, two different uses or different uses together and try to make them as compatible as possible. And we think we've done that, or we've tried to do that with the camouflage design, where it's located on this larger church parcel in the residential area where it's needed, and while also providing the landscaping and those various measures. And then, so we think we've done, what we can do there. As far as impact to property values, we have also seen studies showing, the importance of quality wireless services to home buyers. We don't think it's necessarily a detriment to the surrounding neighborhoods, to the property values. And, someone said the other towers that are in Hunters Creek, they don't think they're, very close to residential. But, I mean, the existing towers are, one flagpole is 420 feet from single family. Another is, 400 feet from multifamily. And the cross that was referenced is actually 400 feet from a multifamily development just to the southeast of that site, with no intervening trees or anything like that. So they look directly out at the cross. So, I would say there are towers here that, I don't know, I did not permit those. I did not do those applications, so I don't know exactly what was approved, what kind of waiver, if it was required, and was approved. But I'm just saying, under the current code standards, they would not meet those requirements, or they would require a waiver. So again, I think that kind of covers some of the issues that were addressed. Again, we're here to answer if you have questions. But, I guess the final thing, health has been raised. I would point out, as your county attorney can tell you, that issue, the impact of RF emissions, is not a local zoning, is not something that can be considered for a local zoning matter. I will say this, though, we have to meet FCC standards. They said, what will we have to meet? This has to meet all FCC standards. They've established a very conservative standard for RF emissions, and towers are much lower and less than those very conservative standards. And again, at 126 feet, they radiate out to the horizon, not down. RF has been around since the late 1800s, radio frequency. You get more radio frequency exposure from your handheld cell phone, from your microwave, from your Bluetooth, from baby monitors, things like that, than you would from a base station like this being proposed. So with that, again, we're here to answer any questions. We'd appreciate your support on this matter. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Yep. Some characterize the height at 12 feet, some 13 feet. Not 13 feet, but 12 stories, and some 13 stories, give or take. Is it 12 and a half stories?
I don't know how it translates exactly to stories. I mean, if there's 10 feet per story, then I guess it could be 12 or 13, but it's 126 feet tall. And again, that's shorter than the other towers that are existing in Hunters Creek. And it's the height necessary for T-Mobile to fill. Again, it's a macro tower that's necessary to fill that coverage gap.
Okay. And Mr. Johnson, are you an attorney?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Johnson at this point? Otherwise, we'll close the public comment period at this time.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And with that, there's a question. Commissioner Scott, did you have a question on this also?
I did. I didn't know you said any other questions. I didn't know that's for us or anybody. So
it's for you at this point.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, can you approach?
Yes, sir.
You're an attorney with Hudson Bowen Law Firm. Can you tell your specialty and how long you've been practicing law?
I am a land use specialty lawyer, and I have been practicing in that area for over 20 years.
Great. And you said that you did make some engagements to the community. Can you summarize what those engagements were?
I mean, we had our community meeting, and then, based on those concerns that were raised, we tried to work on, like I said, an alternative location on the church site, and then also we revised the landscape waiver to provide the code landscaping around the north, west, and east sides of the site.
So you had one community meeting, you took the feedback, you made adjustments to the landscape, and that was it?
That was it, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to you. Nick,
Sure.
this is your case, correct? You presented this case in briefing yesterday, so.
I did present this case. I was not the case planner, however, this did come through the DRC.
Okay, can you just quickly talk about, was there any conversation, direction, or guidance from staff as it relates to the specific location of the tower on the property?
Sure. So as the applicant mentioned, there are two waivers associated with this new use. One of them is the distance separation between the tower location, the nearest single family, and the other one was the landscaping around the base of the tower. At that community meeting, the original request did include, I believe, no landscaping around the base or very limited. After that community meeting, the applicant did communicate or coordinate with staff through the DRC review and the DRC meeting, ended up adding in the additional landscaping around the three sides, which did reduce that waiver. The second conversation was location of the tower, and this is a PD. This is not a blanket, you don't have to, or the way waivers work are, it's not a blanket, you don't have to meet this code section. It is an opportunity for the applicant to engage in what a PD is, which is a negotiated zoning district, and propose an alternative standard for justification. In this case, they proposed their alternative standard. The discussion at the DRC meeting was, well, there's nowhere on this site that you can move this proposed use that will eliminate the need for a waiver entirely. However, there is room for negotiation. There are, as you can see in the aerial here, other green spaces within this property which are not taken up by development that they could have explored relocating the tower to. And this, I believe this was continued once or twice in the DRC meeting to allow the applicant team and the property owner to discuss amongst themselves to see what they can do to reduce that waiver, to engage in that negotiation, which is what the DRC was looking for. My understanding is the applicant came back after the continuance and related that the property owner was not willing to allow another site within the property.
Okay.
So
if you could just kind of speak to that conversation, more specifically, what I'm trying to understand is if you all were open to moving the property, the property owner, moving the tower, the property owner did not want to move the tower closer to their physical structure on their property. They wanted to keep it further on their property, and I would assume maybe because they might want to do potential development, maybe. But if you could just talk to what that conversation was like, because in my mind, the way I'm seeing this is if you're making an engagement with the community from a community meeting and they're providing feedback, you're going to do what you can within reason to make those adjustments.
Right.
I don't think, given the property size, that that's an unreasonable request, so I'm trying to understand what was the conversation like between you and your client.
Well, and again, my client, Skyway Towers, who has the lease with the church, representative was the one who spoke to the church about moving on the site. So I did not have direct conversations with the church. It was my client who did, and reported back to me that he had discussed it with the church. And we had picked out a site before they approached the church, and I had actually met with the district commissioner about that and talked talked about it with staff as well. Would this be something better? Again, as Nick was saying, it's not going to resolve the separation, the need for a waiver from the separation requirements, but it would have put it more, and I don't know if I had this pointer, but we were proposing, if you're looking at that map that's up there now, the entrance road that's in the middle, we were talking about coming down and just off it to the west side of it, down farther to try to pull it as far away from the street. And it would be farther away from the residential on the west, but obviously closer to the residential on the east, because again, we're not able to meet this. And so we talked through that with staff, and staff, thought it was a better location on the property, and met with the district commissioner to explain that. And then once we had that feedback, my client went to the church, and again, we have an existing lease for this existing location. And, so we would be talking about moving it on there. And this is, when you're doing a cell tower and you're leasing property, you obviously have to find a willing landowner, and then that willing landowner has to tell you where they would agree to allow it on their site. So they did go back, he did have that conversation, the church was not interested in moving it. I don't know the exact reasoning for what plans they have on their property, but they were not willing to change the lease and move that location. So at that point, after, as Nick indicated, we had continued our DRC. We said, okay, well, we have our lease. We need to move forward with this site. And we did not have a follow-up community meeting, to be honest, because we had not, changed the location of the tower, knowing the feedback we got at the original community meeting, but wanted to move forward with this tower because, as I've talked through, we think it's a good location. While it's maybe not the ideal location, it's a good location based on the surrounding trees, abutting the conservation area, the existing building that's on the property between the tower location and the closest residential. And so that's why we are here today to bring it back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions. I do have just a comment. I don't know anybody in this room who wants a cell tower anywhere near them. And I think that those who are okay with cell towers in their residence are okay because maybe there is a financial incentive for them to do so. And so, like, for me, making efforts to engage the community, one meeting is okay, the bare minimum in my mind. But I think that when you are engaging a community and bringing something that's monopine or not, it's still significantly tall. There should be more aggressive efforts beyond what county code complies, beyond what the FTC, because ultimately anyone doing business of any type, to what degree they can financially with their business model, wants to make an effort to be a good neighbor, and likewise they want the same of the people that they're around. And so for me, I'm always looking more so at the efforts made by any applicant in their endeavor to be a good neighbor. We all want good neighbors of any type. So that's why I asked you about the community meetings and more specifically the conversation between the property owner and your client. So thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question would be to Commissioner, to Nick. I was thinking, based on what he presented, Mr. Johnson, is a need around there because of the growing whatever. Is there any other location or site that you all explored or they explored to put it not there?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for his conversations or what happened at the DRC. I know they worked for, our community meeting was over a year ago. And, to Commissioner Scott's point, I want to make sure I'm being perfectly clear in representing the community. There were 120 some odd people in the room. It was standing room only. The HOA also does an incredible job communicating through their newsletter, there's a tremendous amount of cohesion.
They're very active, I know.
And I would be very, very agreeing with you if there had been anything new to present to them. But the reality of it was there was an applicant that came through. We went out, and I want to thank the applicant's team because they did a great job. It's hard to sit there in front of that.
Commissioner, my question,
Yeah.
and then you do your speech.
Sorry, no, I just want to make sure I'm representing that there was, it's been a long time, and this was what their ask is.
So Nick, there have been any other, explored location around or no? Since there's
I think this map tells a pretty good picture. I know the applicant in their presentation, I believe they had a slide, or they showed a slide at some point, the nearby towers. But when you do look at this area, I can't speak to, I'm not an expert on cell phone coverage areas, but they can confirm that just looking at this aerial, this area is pretty darn built out. There are very, very few places to put any sort of additional development. You look specifically at this map, it is pretty tight single-family subdivisions surrounded by wetlands. Do want to thank the applicant for not even bringing up the possibility of impacting the wetlands.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And
My question for you is if this is not approved, what will happen? Will there be customers with no?
Sure. I mean, I think, T-Mobile will still have this coverage gap in the area, and we'll have to look for, is there another potential solution for it? I mean, again, when you're designing an RF, design on where you need to have coverage and where there are gaps, I mean, it's very engineered, and it's based on the existing towers that they're on. And so, I think it would just, at this point, they would have to look for something else, and it would remain a coverage, there would remain a coverage gap with potential issues in the area until they can find, a place where they could locate a tower at that height that serves the area. Because again, some people say, well, why don't you just put it like 2 miles this way, because that's a whole industrial area. Well, that's not within your search ring where it's needed. It needs to be located in where it's needed, where the customers are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question. The landowner is the church, is that right? And then the church is not receptive to another location on site. So, I hear that the applicant is saying, this would be a great site, but when the landowner doesn't want to work with you and you have to ask for so many different waivers, it becomes not a good site. So just because it looks good doesn't mean that it necessarily fits. I agree with you, Commissioner Scott. I don't want to live next to a cell phone tower. And in fact, every time we have a communications tower in East Orange County, and every time that we have a development that goes around it, their attorney comes here. And Mr. Weiss, he comes, it's from Tower Road, and he says there may be appliance interruptions, and he reads off this whole thing to put it on public record to say that the communication tower may impact how things function in their home. And so none of these people bought next to a cell phone tower to have the right to acknowledge, but when they sign their forms that they understand and they're waiving those rights, there's no legal repercussions for the tower. And that giant tree doesn't look anything natural in the area. It looks like a giant eyesore, dinosaur tree. There's too many waivers to make something work. It's just not a good site, and quite frankly, T-Mobile, the people who live there now say they don't have any issues with service. So it sounds like what T-Mobile wants to do is increase their customers, and their increase of customers shouldn't come at the cost of people's housing, their property value. It shouldn't come at the cost of what they have to look at. It shouldn't come at the cost of them being angry and upset that their community has this giant tree in it. I think that should be a hard no. Thank you.
All right. With that, Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, I had a question for the attorney, and again, I know that when we looked at this, Commissioner, it's very tight where they want to add this. Is this because this is the boundaries of the church? I mean, this is absolutely when we're looking at this picture, it's a very tight property, and so we're, clearly, you guys had this meeting, I understand it was a year ago. Was it a year ago?
Yeah.
Over a year ago.
I think it was last June.
What kind of negotiating did you do with the community? Because, they're clearly all against it. You kind of just.
Well, I don't think our negotiation would be with the community. It would be with the property owner, like I mentioned, to try to find a better location on the property. But again, like I said, you have to find when you're trying to put a new tower in, which is not the first choice of any company like T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. But when you do need to do a tower, you have to find, you have a limited area, search area, and then you also have to find a willing landowner and go where they want it. I'm assuming the church wanted it on this because to the east of it, the grass area they use for overflow parking, and so, we couldn't go out into there. That's why we were trying to potentially move it down, still staying, on the south side of the property, but couldn't. But again, this was the location we were giving. I think
So, question, this is Verizon, you said?
No, this is T-Mobile.
T-Mobile, okay, so T-Mobile's paying the church to put this
Correct,
on their
they're
property?
leasing-
So
they're leasing the
it,
tower
okay.
area.
Are there any other towers in that area?
No, but the code, your code requires that it be designed to allow co-location, which is, fairly standard, which is to then say other providers could go on the tower, like a Verizon or an
Understood.
AT&T.
And so the church, which is your client, is the one,
The church is not my
the
client.
church is the one that's looking to put this on their property for some sort of income. Did they meet with the community? I mean, clearly, when you're a church in a community, you would think that the community was engaged.
I don't represent the church, so I don't know what was
No?
done.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, that just isn't due diligence of a good neighbor in your community where you have the church. Okay, I mean, I gotta tell you, I mean, it's pretty obvious where this community wants to be, and it's just a little disheartening to see that a community church wouldn't have heard the people that live in that area and their concerns. I mean, I know you're just there for your client.
Well, and again, we have a lease on with the church on the property.
Well, pending this get approved.
I mean, I'm
Because
not-
if it's not
If it's not
approved,
approved, correct.
there's no
But we do
lease.
have an existing signed lease.
Okay,
on the
I
property.
know, but it's
Correct,
obviously pending the
correct.
tower, right? There's no tower,
If
there's no
zoning
lease.
approval, right. then-
Okay, all right, thank you. Just trying to do our due diligence to make sure that when we decide on this. Okay.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, do you have a potential motion?
Yeah, and I so appreciate the questions. It's really important because it was a very long process. I really appreciate the applicant team. They did everything they could and had said, Mr. Johnson came back, we met, we went out, we did the community meetings. I said, we have to, this is a very engaged community. He listened to them all, he took the notes, we went and, he went back to the people he's representing and who they're working with, and then he came back and said, I think, we're going to try to see if they'll move it. They didn't want to do that, and he said, we're going to go ahead and move forward with this application, and that's where we are. So I will say DRC also very engaged. I went back and looked at their notes, and, clear as a bell, in our staff report, it says land use compatibility. The proposed development program is incompatible with existing development in the area and may adversely affect adjacent properties. So that's the decision maker for me. So with that, I would like to make a motion for denial.
Second, Uribe?
Okay, so is the motion in favor of the action requested, which is to deny?
To make a finding of inconsistency and deny the substantial change to Hunters Creek plan development.
Okay, so that is the motion. Is there a
Second, Uribe?
Second, Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. There you go. Okay. So I hadn't said this to this audience, but while we're in these quasi-judicial hearings, there should not be any making of noise or other things. That includes the hand clap. You may express your support or otherwise, but do so silently. Otherwise, we end up asking you to leave. Okay, and we don't want to do that. So that is your one warning. All right, with that, we're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda. This is C4. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thalmuller, our planning administrator, will frame this item as well. With that, Mr. Thalmuller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case DP 25-06150. This is the Quadrangle Plan Development, Quadrangle Tract 18A Student Housing Development Plan. This is a request for a 12.87 acre property located South Corporate Boulevard, east of Quadrangle Boulevard, west of Alafaya Trail. The request is a development plan for a 763-bed student housing development, and this is a development plan that is replacing a previously approved development plan, which will be explained in just a moment. Here we have the future land use map, properties designated high-density residential with the student housing qualifier on the future land use map. As previously mentioned, property is zoned PD, Planned Development District, within the Quadrangle PD, located just adjacent to the University of Central Florida there, just off to the east, across Alafaya. Here we have an aerial, and I apologize, this appears to be last year's aerial. Were this year's aerial to be on the screen, you would notice that this site is in the process of development. And the reason that is because this project was previously proposed as a conventional multifamily project. This board approved the entitlement conversion a couple of years ago. Development plan and permits were approved for the site. However, earlier this year, this board approved yet another entitlement conversion, changing the entitlements from conventional multifamily specifically to student housing, along with a PD amendment. In order to convert the permits from that multifamily product to the student housing product, the code does require all student housing development to have a specific student housing development plan, and for that student housing development plan to be reviewed and approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So that is why we are here for a proposed development plan for a site that is currently under construction. Here we have the site plan layout showing the building, parking, stormwater, the site in general, architectural elevations, and with that, staff's recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Quadrangle Tract 18A Student Housing Development Plan, subject to the conditions of approval listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? Looks like she's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. We agree with the staff report, and we're here to answer any questions you all may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. If you'll stand by, I'll open it up for any public comments. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Simrad, for a potential motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And before I make the motion, I just want to make sure we've got the 24-hour security on record, right? And we've got the mass transit line to UCF. So we're good to go on that?
We do, Commissioner. Those are conditions of approval on the plan development land use plan, and they would also be replicated here. But yes, we do have the standard conditions of approval requiring the additional security and shuttle service.
Great, thank you. And then I make this plea to staff already, and so Ms. Wilson, you do a lot of quadrangle projects, and we had this great presentation from Urban 3 earlier showing us how the use of commercial on the bottom and the residential on the top, how much better it does for our tax base and such in generating revenue. And it is what the area is supposed to be representative of, and we have a lot of student housing without that commercial on the bottom. So we really want to see this area come to fruition for what it is supposed to be. So I'm hoping that, when you work with applicants, you can advocate for the commercial to be included. So with that, Mayor, I would like to make a recommendation to adopt staff's action requested.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Simrad, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, Ms. Wilson, thank you for your presence today.
She wore her good suit today, Mayor.
Did you say a new suit?
New suit. Good.
All right. All right, we'll move to the next item. D5, this includes an item that was pulled from the consent agenda this morning, and it will be going along with public hearing. C2. Okay. All right. D5 and C2. Okay, with that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Misty Mills, one of our senior planners, is going to be framing this item. Welcome.
Thank you. As Mayor mentioned, Misty Mills, I'm a senior planner. The item before you this afternoon pertains to a petition to amend the boundaries of the existing Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District. The presentation will begin with a background of community development districts and then move on to some information about the existing Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District, and then we'll dive into the proposed boundary amendment, and then look at what the ordinance and interlocal agreement that are before you this afternoon contain, and then move to the requested action. So community development districts are independent special districts that are a unit of special purpose government that are established pursuant to Chapter 190 of Florida statutes. Chapter 190 provides for the exclusive and uniform method for the creation of districts, the special powers that are granted to the districts, the ability for these districts to impose taxes and non-ad valorem assessments, and additional criteria that's found in Chapter 190 include the creation of a governing body, which consists of a 5-member board, along with the different laws and requirements that these districts are subject to. So while Chapter 190 grants the district special powers, it also limits them. They're not allowed to exercise any powers that are not explicitly authorized by Chapter 190. They're not allowed to adopt their own comprehensive plans, building codes, or land development regulations, or take any actions that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, ordinances, and regulations of the county. So now that we have a pretty broad understanding of what community development districts are, we're going to look at the existing Shingle Creek Transit and Utility Community Development District. On October 10th of 2023, the board approved the ordinance that established this district. It established the boundary. It recognized the general and special powers of the district, designated the initial 5 members of the board, and it also makes reference to the interlocal agreement that the board approved on November 14th of 2023. And this interlocal agreement is regarding the powers and cooperation on projects within the boundaries of the district. It defines the relationship and allocates the responsibilities between the district and the county, and the initial acres of the approved district are 719.185 acres. And then on June 2nd of this year, the district submitted a petition to amend the boundaries to add 3.373 acres, which is circled in green, and then to remove 0.378 acres from the boundary, and that area is shown in red. And if the board were to approve this request that's before them today, the boundary will encompass a total of 722.18 acres. I apologize. I'm just a little distracted. There are 2 sections of Chapter 190 that pertain to the creation of these community development districts and their boundaries. So Section .005 is the exclusive and uniform method for the establishment of the district. Section .046 pertains to the termination, contraction, and expansion of the district. So each section contains criteria that must be met in granting the request. The petition to amend the district boundaries are shown on the slide that's on the screen right now, and there are 4 criteria. The petitioner met the first 2, which was submitting the petition to the county and then paying a filing fee. The 3rd criteria is that there's a public hearing and that the public hearing be duly noticed, and the county provided notice in the Orlando Sentinel, and we're here today for the public hearing, so we're meeting the 3rd criteria. And the 4th criteria is that the county commission shall consider for the record the factors set forth in Section 190.005, subsection 1E, in making the determination to grant or deny the petition for the ordinance amendment. So back in 2023, when the board approved the original ordinance to create the district, the board affirmed that the petition met these criteria, and the request before you to expand the district boundary to add the 3.317 acres and then to contract the boundary by removing the 0.378 acres, the board must also consider this criteria again. Which brings us to the 2 items that the board is considering this afternoon. The first is that the ordinance, which is that it contains the findings of fact affirming that the petition meets the requirements of .005 subsection 1E, its consistency with the comprehensive plan and compatibility with existing uses. The ordinance then goes on to amend the district boundaries by changing the legal description, and then it also references the interlocal agreement that was approved November 14th, 2023. The consent agenda item is the interlocal agreement, which is the item C2, and that references the ordinance being approved by the board today. It amends the district boundaries, and it also must be approved by the board and by the district. And that will be approved at an upcoming meeting for the district in October. So the requested action before you today is to adopt the ordinance and then to approve and execute the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement, and additionally to allow staff or the comptroller to fill in the ordinance number on the interlocal agreement once that is available. I am available for any questions, and also Whitney Evers from the County Attorney's Office is here, and Lindsay Whelan, who is counsel for the Shingle Creek Transit and Utility CDD, is also available should you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mills. Again, this is one that was staff generated, so it's an administrative applicant. With that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Michael Scott, for a potential motion.
Mayor, just procedural question for Whitney. I know these both items, D5, C2, were open as together, but for purposes of the vote, are we going to vote on the ordinance and then vote on the consent item, or just do them as one action?
For purposes of this, Commissioner, I think you can vote on them as one item. You can just do the requested action if that's what you'd like to do.
Okay. Mayor, then I'll move requested action approval of discussion item D5 and consent item C2.
Second, Wilson.
All right, we have a motion. The seconder is Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Ms. Mills. All right, and the final item is the library, and since it's scheduled for 5:01 p.m., I think we cannot start before 5:01. So we will have to adjourn and come back at 5:01 p.m. for the library budget public hearing. We'll see you all then.